Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And in a quaint village, nestled on the edge of a mystical forest, life flows as smoothly as the gentle stream that winds through its heart. The village, a haven of tranquility, is a place where everyone knows each other, and the air is perpetually scented with the fragrance of blooming flowers, the inviting aroma of freshly baked bread from local bakeries. And here time seems slow, allowing each moment to be savoured like the most sweet melody. And Annie is a kind-hearted woman with an adventurous spirit. She's a beloved figure in this serene community, known for her warm smile that can brighten even the dullest of days, and her eyes that twinkle with curiosity and joy. She embodies the spirit of the village, and her cottage is a charming home, adorned with colourful mosaics depicting stories of old, designed to show her creativity and her zest for life. The wind chimes in her porch sing softly in the twilight, creating the most soothing melody, mingling with the evening breeze. One day, as the sun begins its descent, casting the most comforting golden hue over the village, like a warm embracing blanket, Annie strolls through the bustling market. The sunlight bathing the scene in the most magical light, almost making the mundane seem extraordinary. She greets everyone she knows in the most friendly of ways, her heart so light and open, bringing joy to everyone she encounters. And in this golden hour, she gently meanders through the market stalls, gazing at the different wares, and then notices a red ribbon fluttering gently in the evening breeze, its vibrant hue standing out against the tones of twilight. And the ribbon seems almost alive, and Annie allows her eyes to follow the undulating movement as the ribbon seems to beckon her. It seems to be directing her gaze towards the edge of the forest. And with a sense of wonder and a heart full of curiosity, Annie follows the ribbon. It begins to weave through the trees, guiding her deeper and deeper into the forest. The light filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air growing cooler, filled with the scent of moss and fallen leaves. The forest feeling alive with the secrets of a time long past. As she continues to venture deeper and deeper into the forest, as the world around her seems to change, the sounds of the village becoming more distant, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl. The forest feeling like a realm apart from reality, a place where magic seems to linger in every shadow. And the ribbon leads her to an ancient temple, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of ivy and moss. And the temple is long forgotten by the world, standing silently, guarding untold secrets. Its stone walls, weathered but sturdy, and carvings on the inside of those walls, telling ancient stories. And inside the temple, the air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of age and mystery. The light from the setting sun, creeping its way through the occasional cracks in the walls. And Annie's eyes are drawn to a mosaic, its colours still vibrant despite its age. The mosaic depicts a scene of a shimmering portal, a path of light leading to a world beyond this one. And with a sense of reverence, Annie reaches out and gently touches the mosaic, and the moment her fingers make contact, the mosaic begins to glow. Its colours become more vivid. The light spreads. The temple begins to fill with a soft, otherworldly radiance. And that mosaic transforms into a portal, shimmering like a prism, revealing a path, encouraging her to step through. And with a deep sense of wonder and adventure, She steps through the portal, feeling warmth and comfort. The world around her beginning to shift and change. The boundary between reality and dream becoming blurred. Feeling herself relax deeper and deeper as she finds herself transported to a new realm. A realm of magic and mystery and boundless possibilities, and she feels a deep sense of peace and excitement, and a curiosity for the adventures that lay before her. As the temple behind her fades from view, and she finds herself wrapped in vibrant colours and enchanting melodies of a new world. A world where the air is perfumed with the delicate scent of jasmine, a gentle murmur of a stream, harmonizing with the soft tinkling of distant chimes, a symphony lulling her deeper and deeper relaxed. The sky seemingly a perpetual twilight, a canvas of indigo, kissed by the glow of countless stars that twinkle softly. And as she gazes around her surroundings, she feels a deep and profound sense of peace wash over her, as if the very air she breathes is imbued with serenity. Each step that she takes seems to feel lighter and lighter, as if the weight of the world has been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her free to explore this enchanted realm. And she wanders along a path lined with flowers, humming gentle melodies. And she encounters Ivy and Iris, a pair of twins who almost seem to have stepped out of a fairy tale. They seem to possess an otherworldly aura. Their movements are so graceful, their eyes sparkling, their voices harmonious. Each word that they speak is carried like the most beautiful and calming melody. "Welcome," Ivy says, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you," Iris adds, her tone equally melodic. "Where am I?" Annie asks, her voice barely a whisper. "You're in the land of dreams," Ivy replies, "a place where magic and reality intertwine. We're your guides on this journey," Iris continues, "and we've much to show you." And their voices seem to harmonize like a gentle song, calming Annie deeply, profoundly. She has a sense that this place holds magic and discovery. She follows the twins down a long, flower-lined path. and the twins speak about a hidden treasure that lies on an invisible island. A treasure that has the power to fulfill the deeper desires of the heart. But to reach this island, Annie must seek the aid of a green fairy and find a flaming sword that guards the treasure. Ivy explains the treasure's not gold or jewels, it's something far more precious. It's something that'll help you to achieve your heart's deepest wish. And Annie begins to embark on this quest. The twins guide her to a gentle stream where she finds a rowboat. They hand her a letter, a parchment soft and worn with age, and instruct her to follow the stream. They tell her to trust herself and to trust the magic that surrounds her. And she begins her journey rowing down the stream. The sound of the oars pushing through the water. The boat gliding so effortlessly. The twilight sky reflecting in the surface of the stream. The sound of the oars so rhythmic, lulling her deeper, relaxed with each stroke. And she can feel herself becoming more absorbed in the journey. She can feel her mind and body sinking deeper into a peaceful reverie. She feels that every breath she takes seems to be filled with tranquility and a calm knowing that the journey holds the promise of discovery. And she continues to gently row down this serene stream. The twilight reflecting like a shimmering mirage. The ripples of the water pushed aside by the oars, distorting the mirrored stars. The sound of the water lapping against the boat, so soothing. Like a lullaby sung by nature, feeling the last of any tension leaving her body as she sinks deeper and deeper into the most profound and peaceful state of mind. The air so cool and fragrant, that gentle scent of jasmine still hanging around, mixed with the scent of damp moss and wood. The trees that line the stream, gently swaying in the breeze. And as she continues to row, she notices an ornate bottle floating and bobbing down the stream. Its glass a deep iridescent blue, glinting and glistening softly in the twilight light. Intrigued, she reaches and carefully grabs the bottle from the water. She pops the cork, and a plume of shimmering smoke spirals out before coalescing to form a friendly genie. "Greetings, kind traveller," the genie says. "You freed me from my watery prison, and in gratitude I'll offer you a single wish." Annie thinks for a moment. "I wish for guidance to the green fairy." The genie nods. A serene smile touches his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dissolves into shimmering light and floats ahead of Annie, illuminating the path forward. The light leads her deeper and deeper down the stream. She continues to row, following that light. The trees around the stream growing denser and denser, their branches arching overhead, forming a natural canopy. Rustling as she rows, until eventually she notices a small dock on the edge of the stream. She moors up the boat and follows the light into the dense forest, where eventually she encounters the green fairy, a delicate figure with wings shimmering. Her presence is calming, her voice soft and melodic. The fairy leads Annie through that dense forest. The ground beneath them soft and spongy, almost muffling their footsteps, adding to the dreamlike quality of this place. She finds herself becoming more absorbed in the environment, more attuned to every sight, sound, and scent. Eventually they reach a murky swamp, its waters dark and still. Strange, mythic animals move silently through the shadows, their eyes glinting and glistening in the dim light. The air filled with mysterious sounds, croak of a frog, the rustle of unseen creatures. And despite the slightly eerie atmosphere, Annie feels a deep sense of peace and calm and trust with this green fairy. They navigate the swamp slowly and carefully, guided by the fairy's light, illuminating a safe path, revealing any hidden dangers. Each step bringing them deeper and deeper into the heart of the experience and a growing connection to the magic of this world. Until eventually, beyond the swamp, they arrive at an ancient gnarled oak tree, its roots twisting and curling like fingers of an old guardian. Hidden beneath its sprawling roots is the entrance to a tunnel. Annie heads down into the tunnel. The air is cooler and calming. The fairy illuminates the tunnel, revealing strange ancient carvings, symbols and figures from a time long forgotten. The carvings seem to tell stories of ancient quests, forgotten heroes, as they travel deeper and deeper into the earth. And each step feels like a journey into the past, a descent into the heart of the world. And Annie feels a sense of calm and purpose. With each step, she feels the adventure building within her. Her senses becoming more attuned to the magic around her. The sounds of her footsteps echoing softly and steady, and eventually they arrive at the end of this tunnel. And as they arrive at the end of the tunnel and exit the tunnel, she can smell the faint scent of blossoms, the soft rhythmic hum of nature's lullaby. And before her, unseen, is the invisible island, a place where reality and dreams blend seamlessly in a landscape of surreal beauty. And as she walks, the carpet of soft grass yields beneath her feet like the finest pillows, almost like walking on clouds. The flowers around her are vibrant, in seemingly impossible colours, their petals seeming to hum gently, with harmonious tunes, singing with the soft rustling of the leaves. And the sky above continues to display its tapestry of twilight hues, the stars twinkling softly. And in the centre of the island is a table. Its surface intricately carved with ancient symbols and delicate patterns. And Annie approaches that invisible island, walking through the shallow water to the island, and then finding herself walking up onto the invisible land. And after a short walk, the island beneath her feet becomes visible, almost as if it was shrouded in a cloak of invisibility. And she can see that table She can see the ornate treasure chest resting on the table. And before the chest is a flaming sword, its blade suspended in the air. Surrounded by a halo of warm, dancing flames. The fire on the sword, casting a soft flickering glow, with an atmosphere that's both awe-inspiring and tranquil. And she takes a deep breath. She unrolls the letter given to her by the twins. And she recognizes that this letter contains a puzzle. And so she begins to decipher this puzzle. Each symbol in the letter, each word, revealing part of an incantation she needs to speak to be able to pass the flaming sword. She finds as she gazes at this letter, her mind drifts into a meditative state. Her thoughts flow like a gentle stream. She feels a profound sense of clarity and understanding. And once she solved the puzzle on the letter, she speaks the incantation out loud, her voice steady, each word filled with the power of her heart. The air shimmers, the flames of the sword flicker, the incantation flows from her lips like a gentle breeze. And as she finishes uttering the incantation, the flames around the sword begin to wane. The glow begins to fade, and the sword gently lowers to the ground, its protective barrier dissolved. And she walks over to the table. She opens the treasure chest, and inside she finds a mosaic heart, glowing warmly with an inner light, pulsing gently, its light spreading a feeling of peace and happiness. She feels a deep connection, and she knows that it holds the power to cultivate peace and happiness wherever she goes. And she can feel a profound sense of peace and love while holding that heart, aware of the joy and serenity this can bring. The twilight sky continues to cast a soft glow, while Annie feels a deep sense of completion and harmony, and curiosity for the future. And she begins to make her journey back home, back to the village. She takes in this island, its beauty. She heads back through the water, back into that tunnel, finds her way all the way back to that portal, and she passes through the portal, finding herself back in the forest, walking through the forest towards the village, the sun still setting, the golden glow still hanging over the land. The village seeming vibrant and alive, more so than when she left, feeling that mosaic heart projects love and kindness from within her, touching all those around her, and eventually arriving back in her cottage, placing the mosaic heart in a special location within her home, its gentle glow illuminating the room, casting a warm, calming light as she feels a deep wave of relaxation and an even deeper state of restful peace wash over her. She enjoys a relaxing bubble bath, enveloped in the water, soothing her muscles, easing away the last of any tension. The gentle scent of lavender filling the air, the soft glow of the light from the mosaic heart, an atmosphere of perfect tranquility as she reflects on her journey, on those she met, on where she found this heart, and the changes this heart will bring to the land. Before leaving the bath, relaxing in bed, hearing the gentle chimes outside her window, playing the most soothing lullaby, blending with the sounds of the evening, the rustle of a nearby tree, her eyes wanting to close, wanting to drift deeper and deeper into relaxation and sleep, becoming more absorbed in the peacefulness of the moment, dreaming about how she'll spread joy and serenity with the help of that mosaic heart, as she drifts and floats so soundly asleep into slumberland. And twilight weaves a tapestry of hues across the sky as Sarah strolls through her rose garden. Each breath she takes is filled with the heady fragrance of blooming roses, their petals whispering secrets of nature's beauty. The air is cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of evening. A gentle mist begins to settle, wrapping the garden in a soft, mystical shroud that seems to blur the edges of reality. The colours of the sky fade from the warm glow of the setting sun to the deepening blues of approaching night, blending seamlessly into the horizon. A dragonfly, its wings iridescent, like a shard of rainbow, darts past Sarah. It flits and hovers, a tiny beacon of wonder in the gathering dusk, and she feels a spark of curiosity, a pull she can't resist, as if the dragonfly holds the key to an unspoken adventure. Her steps are light, almost dreamlike, as she follows the delicate creature deeper and deeper into the garden. The way the dragonfly moves with grace and unpredictability, capturing her imagination, making her feel as though she's part of a fairy tale. And the sound of a little bell, soft and distant, gently reaches her ears. It's a calming, melodic tinkle that dances through the air, leading her on like a curious invitation. Her heart quickens with anticipation. Her senses heighten with each step. The mist thickens, creating a veil of enchantment that makes everything seem possible. The bell's sound is almost hypnotic, wrapping her in a cocoon of tranquility and guiding her thoughts towards the deeper mysteries of the night. And the dragonfly leads Sarah beyond the familiar boundaries of her garden into an enchanted forest where towering trees stretch their ancient limbs towards the sky. Their leaves shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and the ground beneath her feet is carpeted with sparkling acorns that crunch softly as she walks. Each acorn seems to almost hold a flicker of starlight, adding to the magical ambience of the forest. And the forest is alive with the sounds of nature. Gentle rustlings, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. A playful kitten with bright, curious eyes and a silky coat appears, as if conjured by Sarah's thoughts. It meows softly, a sweet, inviting sound that makes her smile. The kitten trots ahead, its tiny paws barely making a sound on the leaf-strewn path. As Sarah follows, feeling an unspoken connection to this little guide. The kitten's movements are fluid and graceful, and its presence fills her with a sense of joy and wonder, as though it knows the secrets of the forest and is eager to share them. As she walks, her gaze falls upon a pebble nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree, glowing faintly, a soft, ethereal light, pulsing gently. She bends down carefully, picks that pebble up, sensing an importance without knowing why. The pebble's warmth seeps gently into her palm, filling her with a comforting sense of belonging. She tucks it into her pocket, feeling its reassuring presence against her side. The texture of the pebble is smooth and soothing, grounding her in the present moment. As the forest grows denser and the trees form a canopy that filters the twilight into a dance of shadows and light, the path twists and turns, leading Sarah deeper and deeper into the heart of the enchanted woods. And each step that she takes is a journey into the unknown, yet she feels so curious and comfortable. She feels a profound sense of peace, as if she's meant to be here exploring these magical realms. And the deeper she goes, the more she feels a connection to the forest, as though it's welcoming her into its ancient embrace. And the little bell rings again, its sound blending harmoniously with the rustle of leaves and the gentle sounds of the forest. Sarah's heart fills with wonder and serenity as she continues venturing further into this world of dreams and possibilities. And eventually, she steps out of the dense forest, finding herself in a clearing, heading over towards a majestic waterfall that's cascading so serenely into a crystal clear pool. And the waterfall is steady and rhythmic, creating a soothing sound enveloping her senses. The mist from the waterfall hanging in the air like a delicate veil, sparkling tiny rainbows in the fading light. The sight is both awe-inspiring and calming, a natural wonder, speaking directly to the depths of her soul. As she stands on the edge of the pool, mesmerized by the water's constant, gentle flow, the surface of the pool reflecting the twilight sky, almost like a mirror reflecting the night and its endless depth. Enjoying the coolness and the refreshing scent of the water and the night air. Sarah breathes deeply and feels a deep sense of relaxation wash over her, as if the worries of the world are being washed away, with the water like a soothing lullaby, calming her mind and body. Before noticing a soft, glowing light appearing beside the waterfall. And out of this light seems to form a hologram of a wise old woman. And the woman's face is so kind and serene, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, her voice deeply gentle and comforting. And the hologram's presence is ethereal and reassuring. "Welcome, Sarah," the hologram says. "You've embarked on a quest to expand your consciousness and discover your inner strength. This journey will take you through challenges and revelations. It will guide you to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you." Sarah listens, her heart beating gently. The hologram continues. "Behind this waterfall lies a hidden cave, and within this cave you'll find the key to your journey." And with these words, the hologram fades away. As Sarah walks towards that waterfall, and as she walks towards the waterfall, so that waterfall parts gently, revealing a narrow passage, and she steps through the curtain of water and enters the hidden cave. And the cave is filled with shimmering stalactites and stalagmites. Their crystalline surfaces reflecting the light in a rainbow of colours. The air is cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of stone and moss, and the cave feels like a sacred space, untouched by time, a place where the mysteries of the earth could be revealed. As she ventures deeper and deeper into the cave, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, and she finds a secluded spot, an alcove adorned with glowing crystals, bathing the space in a soft, otherworldly light. She relaxes down, closes her eyes, and lets the tranquility of the cave begin to envelop her. She begins to meditate, breathing slowly and steady. With each exhale, She can feel herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of profound relaxation. And the boundaries of her physical body start to blur. She can feel herself drifting, dreaming, her consciousness expanding beyond the confines of the cave. Sensations of the cave begin to fade, replaced by a sense of weightlessness and freedom. And she begins to astral travel. She feels weightless, her spirit floating free from her body. Opening her eyes, she finds herself in a dreamlike landscape filled with floating islands and ethereal lights that dance like will-o'-the-wisps in the twilight air. The sky above her is a swirl of colours, dancing from one hue to the next, creating a serene and magical panorama. The air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of distant music. And a luminous moth, its wings shimmering with a soft golden light, appears before her, gently fluttering, so calming, so peaceful. And Sarah feels an instant connection to this delicate creature as the moth begins to move, and Sarah begins to follow, finding herself drawn into the deeper mysteries of this dreamscape. And the moth's light creates a pathway through the dreamscape, guiding her towards new revelations, with the landscape around her shifting and changing, each scene more enchanting than the last. As she passes through fields of softly glowing flowers, their petals sharing ancient secrets as she walks by. She crosses a bridge made of fine, woven threads, suspended over rivers of liquid light, exploring deeper and deeper into the heart of this mystical realm, where the boundaries between reality and dream seem to blur into a seamless tapestry of wonder. And the sights, the sounds, and the scents of this realm fill her with awe and a deep sense of peace. And she feels that deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she's discovering a hidden part of herself. And the luminous moth leads her to a grand ancient tree at the centre of a floating island, and the tree's branches stretch towards the sky, dripping with leaves that sparkle like stars. And Sarah reaches out to touch the tree, feeling a surge of warmth and wisdom flow through her. And the tree's presence is grounding and uplifting, connecting her to the earth and the cosmos. And she begins to explore the idea of interconnectedness. She feels a profound sense of unity with the world around her, a harmony transcending the physical, touching the very essence of being. She feels a sense of purpose and knowing, and a newfound understanding. She finds her awareness gently returning to the cave, almost like pulses and waves of awareness, before drifting deeper and deeper and discovering herself journeying on an astral plane towards some jagged mountains. And the sky is a swirling canvas of greys and blacks. Thunder is softly rumbling like a distant ancient drum. Lightning is dancing in the sky against the dark black backdrop of the clouds. She has a sense of the rain beginning to fall and touch her clothes. The drops run down her face, and is aware of her physicality as this astral being. She can sense the scent of the rain and the earth. The smell of the storm. She can see a winding path down the mountain, and she can see a weathered sledge near that path. She feels compelled to take that sledge, sit in the sledge and push off from the sides, following the path in the sledge down the side of the mountain. The storm continuing on, the sound of the sledge and snow, the distant sound of thunder. Feeling the excitement of sledging down a mountainside. The rain in her face, breathing so calm and so steady. And at the base of the mountain stands a majestic dragon as she comes to a halt. Its scales shimmering with deep blues, silvers and purples. Its eyes ancient, friendly and wise. She automatically feels a profound connection to this dragon. Finding this dragon's presence powerful and calming, and projecting that power and calmness within her as inner strength. and the dragon silently begins to guide her, guiding her through the storm towards a grand castle. And the castle is surrounded by a vast moat, the waters reflecting the storm above. The structure seeming awe-inspiring and intimidating. This castle looking like it's been standing here for centuries. And as the drawbridge begins to lower, the storm clouds begin to part, and she walks across the drawbridge. Heads over to the castle, feeling a deep sense of peace, calm, and heads into the castle. And the air in the castle is cool and still. The deep scent of old wood and ancient stone. Her footsteps echoing so softly against the stone floors. Tapestries on the wall depicting scenes of mythical landscapes. The castle having an atmosphere of history and wisdom. And eventually she finds a grand doorway. This doorway is carved with symbols of earth, water, air and fire. And the door gently opens, and inside she finds 4 incredible looking artifacts, each one representing a different element. An earthy looking stone, a vial of water, a feather, and a candle flame flickering and warm. And she has this instinctive understanding that her role is to balance these elements, to harmonize the different aspects of her inner strength and consciousness. She can feel the weight and solidity of the stone, grounding her, reminding her of her connection to the earth and her own stability. She places that on a pedestal, looking like it's marked with the symbol for the earth. The vial of water reflects the clarity and the light. She can feel its coolness, its calm presence washing over her. She places that on the pedestal marked for water. She feels a deep sense of peace and purity, and a reflection of her inner emotional depth. And the feather is light and delicate. So light, in fact, it's almost floating out of her hand. places that on the pedestal marked for air, as it brings a lightness to her mind and thoughts, brings a sense of clarity and focus, and seems to almost enhance her intellectual and creative abilities. As she takes the candle, its flame warm, inviting, comforting, dancing and flickering, representing spirit and passion and inner drive. And she recognizes the power within herself. As she places that down on the relevant pedestal, feeling a surge of energy, being filled with a sense of purpose and courage. And with all four elements balanced in perfect harmony in place, a door in the far wall unlocks. With a soft click, slides aside, and Sarah steps through the door into a hidden chamber beyond this room. Chamber with a sense of timelessness, its walls shimmering with a strange ethereal light. And the atmosphere in this chamber feels like it's charged with the energy of countless memories and experiences, a place where past, present and future converge. She finds herself, as she walks to the center of the chamber, engulfed in a swirling vortex of memories. Looking in one direction, time begins to run backwards, and she witnesses memories, moments from her past playing out in reverse, rapidly. She sees herself as a child, moments of joy and happiness, some sad moments, different decisions that have occurred, directing the path to the present. And each scene unfolds with clarity and insight and a new understanding. And the memories draw her deeper and deeper into her history. She watches those moments pass by in a detached way, offering deep understanding, realizing the significance of different experiences, the lessons learned, the growth achieved, the mistakes and triumphs, the fears and hopes, and how they've all woven together to form the tapestry of her life. She can see how each thread, no matter how small, contributed to who she is today. And journeying through those memories, she feels a sense of gratitude and acceptance. And she starts to have this feeling like it's raining inside the chamber, with that rain being warm and soothing, calming her spirit, cleansing past doubts and fears, leaving her feeling refreshed, renewed and revitalized. She feels a deep sense of peace, like a weight lifting off her shoulders, like a burden being removed, like being carried forward by wisdom. And then she experiences looking the other direction and sees the positives of the future, the ways she handles challenges, positive moments she hasn't even thought of and doesn't know exist, and who she becomes and continues to grow into. And after her time in this cave, learning in this chamber, she finds herself drifting back to her body, back to her mind, exiting her meditation and exiting the castle. And she walks to a tranquil, serene lake. Its water so still it's like a mirror, reflecting the glow of the moon and the stars. The sounds of the gentle breeze, leaves rustling in the trees, feeling a deep and profound sense of calm and peace. Her muscles in her body relaxing, her mind quietening, breathing deeply and comfortably, so absorbed in the atmosphere of this location. And a dragonfly dancing across the surface of the pool of water. The dragonfly's wings shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. And Sarah walks along the edge of this lake and finds a small sailboat moored up. She steps onto the sailboat, its wood creaking softly, the boat swaying so gently. She casts off from the shore, relaxing on that boat, its rhythmic movements soothing, lulling her deeper and deeper relaxed. The sound of the water lapping so gently against the underside of the boat. The sensation of the boat's movements and the sound of the water, enhancing a feeling of harmony, peace and serenity. And she watches the moonlight as it dances and twinkles on the water's surface in the wake of the boat, pondering the experience she's had, and then falling asleep softly and slowly and gently on this boat as it glides back across the lake. Before nudging up against the shore, waking her up. She leaves the boat and finds that she's back in the rose garden. The night sky still stretched overhead, the expanse of stars twinkling like thousands of tiny lanterns. The roses seeming to almost glow in the starlight. The sweet fragrance of those roses. The ethereal, almost dreamlike atmosphere. As the playful kitten runs over and weaves its way through the garden and starts weaving through Sarah's legs, purring softly. A sound she finds deeply comforting, bringing peace and calm to her mind. And she sits down among the roses, and the cat climbs on her lap, curls itself up, and she gently strokes the cat as it falls asleep in her lap, enhancing and deepening the sense of peace and tranquility in the moment. Watching the stars pass overhead and lying back while stroking the cat and finding herself begin to drift and float so peacefully asleep, her breathing slowing, the air on her cheeks as she relaxes into the most pleasant dream, drifting and floating, relaxed asleep into slumberland. And this is a sleep story about a woman who went by the name Misty. And Misty was on a first date. She went to a cinema with a partner to watch a romantic film about a man who lacked confidence and believed that no one would like him. So he avoided talking to people, and when he had to talk to people, he'd lower his head to prevent making eye contact. He would talk facing down at the ground and with a monotonous tone of voice and very few facial expressions. The film followed this man's journey as he met someone who helped him to see himself as others truly saw him. After the film, Misty and her date started to walk from the cinema along a quiet street and past the local park. The tree-lined park was illuminated by lanterns dotted along the paths which cut across the grass, casting the most beautiful golden glow on the grass and trees, with inky black patches between the lights. Misty enjoyed the silence of the park and the quiet street, with just the sound of synchronized footsteps sharing their journey. They walked along in a pleasant and comfortable moment of silence. Misty really appreciated the silence after the loudness of the cinema. She liked the film, but wished that they would have the volume a little lower so that they could truly enjoy the experience. While walking, Misty noticed the orange glow of light in a bookshop window. The windows of all the other shops were dark. They walked towards the bookshop, slowing as they approached, reaching the window and peering in, the gentle light softly illuminating the surroundings. The shop was filled with stillness as they held their breath to take a closer look, as if breathing would awaken something unseen. After gazing silently into the shop for a while, Misty slowly reached for the door handle, carefully turned the handle, and with a slight gasp, the door clicked open. As Misty and her date stepped into the bookshop, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth, akin to that of a cosy log cabin. It was an inviting sensation, causing her muscles to relax deeper and deeper, the aroma of the shop wafting towards them. A nostalgic blend of old paper and mild coffee that felt soothing, almost like a blanket of comfort. Lined with slightly crooked bookshelves, the bookshop was a haven of peace and quietude. The shelves were crammed with books of all shapes, sizes and colours, each holding a different story, a different world. A single desk lamp on the counter illuminated the room, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to breathe life into the cosy environment. The silence was not the cold, harsh type that you'd expect in a deserted place. Instead, it was warm and gentle, like a mother's lullaby. The only sound was the soft, rhythmic ticking of a wall clock, adding a hypnotic tune to the silence. To Misty, the bookshop felt enchanted, humming with a magical presence that was gentle yet powerful. The atmosphere was serene, with a touch of the mysterious, as if countless stories were woven into the very fabric of the place. The energy was so calm that it felt like stepping into a different realm, a world separated from the outside hustle and bustle, a world filled with wonder and tranquility. And the pair ventured deeper and deeper into the shop. The curiosity piqued. Each book they picked up seemed to echo with tales of adventure, romance, mystery and history. And as Misty skimmed through a book, she felt herself coming more and more absorbed in the enchanting environment. There was an ancient grandeur about the shop, and a timelessness that resonated with Misty. It was as if every nook and cranny of the shop held a secret, every book a key to another universe. As she became further immersed in this peaceful setting, the outside world seemed to fade away. And as Misty ventured deeper into the bookshop, the soft light from the desk lamp threw dappled patterns onto the worn wooden floor. It illuminated the book-laden shelves, casting an array of shadows that danced along with the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. And just as her eyes started to adjust to the gentle light, she noticed a faint shimmering figure behind the counter. It was a spectral shape that seemed almost like an optical illusion, yet she couldn't deny its presence. It had the semblance of a person, like a dream within a dream, only slightly more tangible. The spectral figure seemed to be a librarian of sorts, its shape more of an echo of a person than a real presence. Its form was ethereal, seeming to flutter in and out of solidity. There was something calming, almost soothing about this figure, and as Misty watched, her heartbeat slowed, and a deep relaxation began to envelop her. And upon noticing her, the spectral figure offered a gentle nod in acknowledgement. The nod seemed to ripple through the air, much like a pebble tossed into a tranquil pond. With a subtle gesture, it directed their attention towards a special box filled with books sitting on the counter. The box, an ornate affair of worn-out leather and bronze clasps, appeared as ancient as the bookshop itself. The surface was beautifully embossed with motifs of quills and inkwells, and as Misty neared the box, she felt an almost magnetic pull, an irresistible compulsion to discover what treasures it contained. She extended a hand towards the box, each movement feeling like she was wading through a dream. The bronze clasps were cold to the touch. As she opened the box, a warmth seemed to radiate from within, cocooning her in its comforting embrace. And inside the box was an array of books, each seemingly more fascinating than the last. The covers varied from beautifully ornate to wonderfully worn, each hinting at the secrets that lay within their pages. And as she touched the books, she felt the warmth spread from her fingertips to her palm, travelling up her arm and spreading through her entire body. It was as if the books were sharing their stories, their knowledge, with her through a language beyond words. The spectral librarian continued to watch over them with what seemed like a gentle, contented smile. It was as if this ethereal custodian was delighted to share the magic of the bookshop with its guests. And as they explored the contents of the box, time seemed to stretch and warp, blending into the comforting rhythm of the bookshop. The outside world ceased to exist, the quiet hum of the shop the only reality. And Misty felt as though she was floating in a sea of stories, each wave bringing a new tale to the shores of her imagination. And inside the box, her fingers traced the edges of the various books, each cover whispering a different tale. And as her hand brushed over a peculiar book with a silver pendulum embossed on the cover, a curious feeling stirred within her. It was as if the book was calling out to her, a soft, inviting whisper that echoed in the deepest corners of her mind. She picked up the book, feeling that warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart, like tendrils of warmth swirling around her, calming her mind, lulling her senses into a gentle tranquility. It was the strangest, most pleasant sensation, invigorating and soothing, as if the book held a story that her soul was longing to hear. She opened the book with a sense of reverence. The pages, old and yellowed, exuding comforting fragrance of vanilla and musk, a deep scent of antiquity. The pendulum on the cover seemed to dance gently as she flicked through the pages, each page turn adding a new rhythm to the symphony of sounds within the bookshop. Inside, she discovered that the book contained questions, enigmatic and profound, etched delicately onto the pages, the ink glistening subtly under the soft glow of the lamp. They were not ordinary questions, but the kind that could stir the soul, the kind that could cause one to contemplate the deepest mysteries of existence. And as she read one of the questions out loud, a surprising thing happened. The silver pendulum embossed on the book's cover began to swing gently. She watched, mesmerized, as it swayed from side to side. And as it swung, answers began to appear on the page, materializing from thin air, written in a delicate silver script. It was like a guide for the seeker of truth, each question leading to an answer that inspired even more questions, drawing her deeper and deeper into a spiral of thought and wonder. The book seemed to hold a universe of knowledge within its pages, offering gentle wisdom and direction, an enigmatic mentor guiding her through the labyrinth of thought. The spectral librarian watched in silence, its translucent figure shimmering faintly in the bookshop's muted light. There was an understanding in its ethereal eyes, a silent nod that seemed to say, "You're on the right path." Reading from the book, she felt an intimate connection with the universe, as if the book had opened a portal to the cosmos within her mind. It was like the book was a key, and each word a step further into a realm of infinite possibilities. The more she read, the more relaxed she felt, her mind expanding, absorbing the wisdom of the ages, enveloping her in an embrace of knowledge. As she put the book back into the box, her eyes landed on an ornately carved door that she hadn't noticed before, its carvings glowing softly, beckoning her towards yet another mystery. And as Misty approached the ornately carved door, her fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the wood. Each curve and line seemed to tell its own story, whispering secrets of times long past. The door felt warm under her touch, as if it held a pulse of its own, a gentle thrum that matched the rhythm of her heart. The date stood beside her, equally entranced by the mysterious door, and together they took a deep breath, and with a gentle push, the door swung open silently, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the scent of wild roses and ancient parchment, creating a heady blend that was both invigorating and soothing. Inside the chamber, the two of them found themselves surrounded by an array of peculiar artifacts. Shelves lined the walls, each one filled with objects that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. There were delicate glass bottles filled with shimmering liquids, intricately carved wooden boxes, and strange mechanical devices that ticked and whirred softly. In the centre of the room stood a large, round table, its surface inlaid with a mosaic of coloured stones that formed a celestial map. Drawn to the table, Misty and her date approached it, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet that covered the floor. And as they neared the table, they noticed a large book lying open at its centre. The book was bound in rich, dark leather, and its pages were filled with beautifully illustrated maps and diagrams, each one more intricate than the last. Misty reached out to touch the book, and as her fingers brushed the pages, she felt a sudden rush of warmth and light. The illustrations seemed to come to life, the stars and planets shifting and moving as if guided by an invisible hand. The room around them faded away, and they found themselves standing in the midst of a vast, star-filled expanse. The stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvety blackness of the sky, their light casting a gentle glow over everything. Misty felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over her, the beauty of the cosmos filling her with a profound sense of peace. Beside her, her date stood in silent amazement, their eyes wide with wonder, and together they floated through the starry expanse, guided by an unseen force. They passed by swirling galaxies and glowing nebula, each one more breathtaking than the last. It was as if they were being shown the secrets of the universe, the mysteries of creation laid bare before them. And as they journeyed through the cosmos. They felt a deep connection to the stars and the space around them. It was as if they were part of something much larger, an integral piece of the vast cosmic puzzle. The feeling was both humbling and exhilarating, filling them with a sense of purpose and belonging. Eventually, their journey brought them to a beautiful garden, suspended in the middle of the starry expanse. The garden was filled with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, their colours even more vivid against the backdrop of the night sky. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of flowing water. In the centre of the garden stood a tall, elegant figure, its form glowing with a soft ethereal light. The figure radiated a sense of calm and wisdom, and as it approached, Misty and her date felt a deep sense of peace wash over them. "Welcome," the figure said, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within their very souls. "You've come far and have much yet to discover. This garden is a place of learning and transformation, a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and understanding." The figure gestured towards a pair of stone benches that sat beneath a towering tree, its branches heavy with delicate silver blossoms. Misty and her date sat down, the cool stones soothing against their skin. The figure joined them, its presence comforting and serene. "For many, this place is a dream," the figure continued. "But for those who are truly open to its magic, it's a gateway to infinite possibilities. Here, you can explore the depths of your own mind, uncover hidden truths, and find answers to the questions that lie deep within your soul." Misty listened intently, her heart filled with a sense of anticipation and curiosity. She could feel the magic of the garden seeping into her very being, opening her mind to new ideas and perspectives. "Close your eyes," the figure instructed gently, "and allow the garden to speak to you, to guide you on your journey." Misty closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and letting the sounds and scents of the garden envelop her. She felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation, her mind becoming a blank canvas ready to be filled with the wisdom of the ages. And as she drifted deeper into this meditative state, she began to see images forming in her mind. At first, they were fleeting and indistinct, but gradually they became clearer and more defined. She saw herself standing in a beautiful forest, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. The air was filled with the sound of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that was both soothing and invigorating. In this forest, Misty felt a sense of freedom and possibility. She began to walk along a path that wound through the trees, her steps light and confident. As she walked, she noticed a series of doors set into the trunks of the trees, each one unique and inviting in its own way. With curiosity, she approached the first door. It was made of polished wood with intricate carvings that depicted scenes of nature and harmony. She reached out to touch the door, and as she did, it swung open silently, revealing a hidden room filled with light and warmth. Inside, she found herself in a cozy log cabin, the walls lined with shelves filled with books and trinkets. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. The scent of pine and cedar filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of baking bread. It was a place of comfort and peace, a sanctuary from the outside world. She explored the cabin, her fingers trailing over the spines of the books and the smooth surfaces of the trinkets. Each item seemed to hold a story, a piece of history that was waiting to be discovered. She felt a sense of connection to the cabin, as if it were a part of her own story, a reflection of her own journey. After a while, she returned to the path, her mind filled with the warmth and tranquility of the cabin. She continued along the path, her steps guided by an inner sense of direction. The forest around her seemed to come alive, the trees and flowers shimmering with a gentle otherworldly light. And as she walked, she stumbled across another door, this one made of glass and adorned with delicate etchings of stars and constellations. She approached the door with a sense of wonder, her heart filled with anticipation. The door swung open at her touch, revealing a room that seemed to be made entirely of light. She found herself standing in a galaxy, the stars and planets swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance. She felt a sense of awe and wonder, the beauty of the cosmos filling her with a deep sense of calm. She floated through the galaxy, her mind expanding with each passing moment, absorbing the knowledge and the wisdom of the stars. In this galaxy, she felt a deep connection to the universe, a sense of belonging that went beyond words. She was aware that she was part of something much larger, a piece of the cosmic puzzle that made up the fabric of existence. The experience was both humbling and exhilarating, filling her with a sense of purpose and increased wonder. And after what felt like an eternity, she returned to the path, her heart and mind filled with the magic of the galaxy. She continued along the path, each step taking her deeper and deeper into the forest and closer to her own truth. The path that she walked along gracefully wound through the forest. each step bringing a greater sense of peace and calm. She enjoyed the dancing sunlight, creating intricate patterns on the forest floor, the way the birds sang their melodious tunes, how the leaves whispered secrets to the wind. And she continued along the path, finally encountering the last door. This door was unlike any of the others. Made of shimmering silver, it sparkled with an ethereal glow that seemed to come from within. She approached the door with a sense of reverence, knowing that it held the key to her deepest desires and dreams. And with a gentle touch, the door swung open, revealing a room bathed in a soft golden light. Inside, she found herself in the beautiful garden once more, filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. A gentle stream flowing through the garden, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. The air filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of the flowing water. And in the centre of the garden stood the tall, elegant figure, still glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The figure radiated a sense of calm and peace, and as it approached, Misty felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. "Welcome back," the figure said, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within her very soul. "You've come far on your journey, and now it's time to reflect on what you've discovered." She sat on the stone bench beneath the towering tree, its branches heavy with delicate silver blossoms. The figure joined her, its presence comforting and serene. "For many, this place is a dream," the figure continued, "but for you, it's become a place of learning and transformation. You've explored the depths of your mind, uncovered hidden truths, and found answers to the questions that lie deep within your soul." Misty closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and letting the sounds and scents of the garden envelop her, she felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation, her mind becoming like a blank canvas ready to be filled with the wisdom of the ages. And as she drifted deeper into this meditative state, she began to reflect on her journey, remembering the log cabin with its cozy warmth and shelves filled with books and trinkets, recalling the galaxy with its swirling stars and planets, and the profound sense of connection she felt to the universe. She thought of the beautiful garden, its vibrant flowers and gentle stream, and the deep peace that it brought her. And she realized that each of these places represented a part of her own journey, a reflection of her own inner truth. And as she explored these thoughts, she opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of clarity and understanding. She realized she had the power to create her own reality, to shape her own destiny. But with everything she'd learned, it was all guiding her towards a future filled with infinite possibilities. The figure stood there, its glowing form casting a gentle light over the garden. "Remember," it said softly, "this place is always within you. Whenever you need to find peace and clarity, you can return here to this garden of magic and wonder." She nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and a sense of purpose. She knew that she'd carry the magic of the garden with her, a source of strength and inspiration. And as the figure faded into the soft, golden light of the garden, she took one last look at the flowers, the way they seemed to shimmer with an inner beauty, the stream and the way it flowed so gently with soothing, relaxing rhythm, aware of the air filled with that scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of that murmuring, flowing water. And with a deep breath, she stepped back through the silver door, feeling the warmth of the garden and the wisdom of her journey settle deep within her. She knew that she was ready to face the world with a new sense of purpose and clarity. As she walked back through the enchanted bookshop, feeling a sense of wonder and enchantment linger within her heart. The spectral librarian giving her a gentle nod, as if acknowledging the transformation that she'd undertaken. Stepping with her partner out into the cool night air, feeling a renewed sense of peace and contentment. The quiet street, the lantern-lit park, the world around her seemed to sparkle with a new light, a reflection of the magic she now carried within her. Her date commented that it was truly amazing, and Misty smiled, saying yes, it was, stating that she feels it's going to be the beginning of many more adventures to come. And that night, when Misty was home alone and settling down into bed and drifting off to sleep, she recalled the memories of the magical bookshop, the garden, passing through the doors, and the magic she'd gained. And with a deep sense of gratitude and love in her heart, and a spirit full of wonder, she drifted so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in a peaceful little village, nestled gently between rolling hills and lush green meadows, there was a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. And this treasure wasn't made of gold or jewels, but was made of memories and dreams. And it began in the strangest of ways, with an old motorbike, rusted with age, yet brimming with a sense of adventure. And attached to this motorbike was a sidecar painted a cheerful shade of red, its seat cushioned and so inviting. And one sunny afternoon, You find yourself in a quaint village, standing before this motorbike and its sidecar. The gentle hum of the breeze creeping its way through the leaves, the distant sound of birdsong filling the air. You climb on that motorbike. You sit your cat in the sidecar on that most comfortable soft cushion. You gently strap the cat in with its seat belt and begin to set off on the motorbike, its engine so gently purring to life. You begin to follow the winding path, the road taking you through fields of wildflowers, vibrant colours of those flowers swaying with the rhythm of the wind. You enjoy the warmth of the sun on your face, the cool breeze tickling your cheeks. You can see the fur of your cat flapping and moving in the breeze, the cat seeming to enjoy the journey with you. The gentle scent of blooming flowers tickling your nostrils and filling your senses, as the world around you seems to slow down, each moment seeming to stretch out, inviting you to savour the beauty of the journey. And as you continue to ride deeper and deeper into the countryside, you spy an old wooden sign pointing towards a forest, and the sign reads "Majestic Caves Ahead." And so you begin to journey towards the forest, curious about those caves, the trees arching overhead, the coolness of the shade, the change in the sound quality as you pass into the forest, passing through those arched trees, beginning to notice a deep sense of pine and earth, the rustle of leaves just audible against the backdrop of the sound of your bike, the dappled sunlight tickling the ground as you venture further and deeper, eventually discovering the entrance to those caves. And you park up the bike near the caves. You lift your cat out of the sidecar, unbuckling its seat belt, placing it in a pouch on your stomach, its paws resting gently as it looks and enjoys the journey with you. As you head into the caves, and the further from the entrance you get, the darker the caves turn, and yet you notice in the darkness a distant glowing. And as you continue walking, each echoey footstep reverberating around the cave walls. You notice the glowing and magical looking mushrooms erupting from the walls of the cave. You continue through the cool and still air of this cave. The occasional distant dripping sound of water, following the gentle luminescence of those mushrooms, letting them guide your way deeper and deeper into this cave. And inside this cave, you're surprised to discover a hidden world of wonder. The walls glistening with crystals reflecting the mushroom's glow, creating a kaleidoscope of colours dancing around you. And as you explore, you find a small, intricately carved box resting gently on a ledge. And you open that box to discover a pinhole camera, its brass frame polished and shiny. And with a sense of curiosity, you look into the camera and are surprised to see a portal shimmering with a soft, iridescent light. And you place the camera on the floor, and it seems to almost beam that portal before you. And with a deep breath, you step through the portal and discover yourself in a vast library filled with the most fantastical looking books. And each book promises to hold the heart of adventure. And you explore this library, and you find a book which deeply intrigues you. And so you open that book, and as you do, you find yourself drawn into the book, whisked away to a different land, where yourself and your cat are exploring lush forests, enchanted castles, and serene meadows. And as you stand there, you can see that you're holding the book with this fantastical land surrounding you. And as you close the book, so the land vanishes, and you find yourself stood in the library. And you continue exploring this library. You find a grand window, and you see the most incredible sight through that window. The moon gently, slowly, carefully drifting across the face of the sun, before creating a ring of fire, illuminating the sky. You feel a deep sense of awe and tranquility. Aware of the beauty and the mystery of the universe. And as the eclipse passes, so you continue exploring this library, holding on to that deep sense of peace and contentment. And then you leave the library, step back through that portal, finding yourself again in the caves, seeing that pinhole camera just sitting there on the floor. You pick up the camera, take that camera with you, head back to your motorbike, strap the cat back in its seat, and head back to the village. As you head back to the village, so the sun begins to set, the golden light adding a beautiful touch to the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal feel. And back at the village, you wander through that village. You head into a small, inviting bookshop. Intrigued by the name of the bookshop, you head inside. Once inside, you can smell the scent of the old books, of the ancient wood, seeing the unevenly stacked and arranged books stretching from floor to ceiling in every room. Books of all types. And the shopkeeper, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and the most beautiful, warm smile, greets you and beckons you to explore the shop. You take some time browsing the shelves, your cat seemingly exploring the shelves with their eyes. You pull out one of the books. You open that book, and it seems to fall open on a page that's shimmering with a soft golden light. And this book you were drawn to seemed to be telling the tale of a hidden realm within the cave you just visited. A realm where time stands still and dreams come to life. Then as you continue to read, you feel yourself becoming more absorbed in the story again, the words seeming to paint a vivid image in your mind. So vivid you can almost hear the echo of your footsteps. You can almost sense that glow of the mushrooms. And you learn something deep and meaningful from this book. And after looking through that book, the shopkeeper hands you a small journal and tells you that this journal is for your adventures. And as you leave the bookshop, so you notice the sky is now inky and dark, and the village is bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. And you head back to an inn you've been staying at, and you settle down into your room at the inn. You begin to write in the journal about your day's experiences, while your cat curls up on the end of the bed, purring gently, writing with one hand, gently petting the cat with the other, finding the words flow so effortlessly, so easily as you write. And while writing, you feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper with the moonlight gently creeping in through the window. The breeze through the window gently swaying the net curtains. The most comforting sensation of the cool breeze through that window, tickling your nostrils. The most beautiful ambience of nature wafting in through the window. And after you finish writing, you relax back and begin to drift into a dream. And as you dream, you feel a deep sense of peace and contentment, feeling a sense of finding yourself on some deep and meaningful level. And the next morning you awaken to the gentle chirping of birds outside. You enjoy breakfast at the inn, before heading out through the village, finding a hidden garden tucked away behind a wooden fence, the gate slightly ajar, and as you pass through the gate, you discover that sanctuary of lush greenery and vibrant flowers, like a tranquil oasis with winding paths and secluded nooks inviting you to explore. And in the centre of the garden is a grand oak tree, its branches stretching out in all directions, offering a natural canopy, a natural umbrella from the sun. And beneath the tree is a stone bench, and this bench looks deeply worn, like it's been there and sat on for hundreds of years. And sitting on that bench, you notice a young girl. She has a book resting in her lap. She introduces herself and tells you that her name's Leander. She shares stories of the garden, each tale filled with magic and mystery. You listen, captivated by her words. As she stands up and begins to walk, and you follow, and together wander through the garden, discovering hidden corners and secret paths. Your cat rolling around on the grass, wandering off at times on its own little missions before returning and checking you're still there. Leander leads you to a small, sparkling pond on the edge of the garden, with water so clear at the right angle it reflects the sky above like a mirror. And you gaze into the pond, and you can see the shimmering light beneath the surface. And Leander explains that it's a portal to another world. She asks if you'd like to see where it leads. With a sense of adventure, you feel that that would be an exciting thing to do. And she holds your hand and steps with you into the pond, and you can feel the coolness of the water, and your cat, not wanting to miss out, runs and jumps and latches onto your back and climbs up onto your shoulder, and then drops off your shoulder into the pouch in front of you. And together you wade deeper and deeper into the pond. The light of that portal glowing brighter and brighter as the world around you fades, and you feel yourself gently travelling through the portal, finding yourself standing before the most beautiful landscape. The sky a deep and endless blue, dotted with the occasional fluffy white clouds. Rolling hills undulating before you, covered in the most beautiful carpet of vibrant green grass and colourful wildflowers. And you head through this meadow, and you head towards some distant caves. And once reaching the caves, you head into them and have this sense like these caves resemble caves you've already been in. Like maybe there's a connection between them. And there's a certain hum or resonance, the way the air passes down the cave, seeming to create the most beautiful note emanating from all around you. And deep in this cave you discover some intricate carvings telling the story of this land. And Leander explains that the caves contain great wisdom. They're a place where past and present meet, where those who seek knowledge and understanding come, and you take some time to marvel at the beauty and history etched into the stone. And deep in the cave, you discover a small alcove filled with ancient scrolls and books. And Leander carefully picks up a scroll and begins to read aloud in a language you don't recognize. And as she reads, you have this sense of mental images forming in your mind, as if the words are reverberating around the cave, and somehow making your mind see what the words are about, even though you don't understand the words themselves. When you start having these images and ideas in your mind of this land being ruled by benevolent beings who used to harness the power of the earth and sky to bring peace and prosperity to all. And although you don't understand the words, you start to feel a deep sense of connection to these stories, to this land, as if somehow the magic of the cave is wrapping around you, enveloping you. Filling you with a deep sense of wonder and tranquility. And as you listen, you start to realize that these stories aren't just tales of the past, but guides for the future, demonstrating the power of dreams and the importance of seeking wisdom and deep understanding. And eventually, Leander finishes reading, places the scroll back, and guides you back towards the portal, all the way back to that garden. And you leave the garden and head back out, continuing your journey around the village, continuing to explore the outer reaches of the village. And as evening sets in, so you head back once again to the inn. You write in your journal about your day, the cat resting gently on the bed, before your eyes get heavier and heavier, and so you close the journal, drift deeply and so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you awaken knowing you're only here for a few more days. You set off into the village outside at the first light of dawn. The soft golden glow wrapping its way around the landscape. The scent of morning dew. Curious what today will bring, what adventures you might go on. And you head back off again on that motorbike, making good ground away from the village, allowing you to explore further afield. And you find yourself way off from the village, heading into the landscape, arriving at some forest, heading deep into the forest, and discovering some ancient ruins. And you park up the bike, and you go and explore those ruins. And while exploring the ruins, you hear a sound coming from in the forest around you. and a man walks out of the forest in your direction. A friendly, kind-hearted looking man with the most wonderful smile and deeply curious eyes. And he introduces himself as Dornan. He tells you that these ruins hold a deep secret. Deep under the ruins, if you can find the entrance, is a secret library. And he guides you through the ruins. He moves aside some ivy wrapped around and hanging down some of the stonework. He crouches down and squeezes through a small gap and beckons you to follow. And so you follow through that gap. And he lights a flame, touches that flame to something on the wall, and suddenly the flame seems to shoot around this area, lighting up torches which are lining the walls here, revealing the beauty of this secret library. And together you head around this library. You see the most incredible books and find in the centre of the library is a pedestal, and on that pedestal is one large book. And he tells you to rest your hand on the book. And as you do, you begin to feel a pulsing, and you hear a deep, guttural chanting. And the library seems to almost vibrate and pulse around you, almost as if it's your vision pulsing. And then the library disappears. And just that book on the pedestal remains in the middle of a vast meadow. You remove your hand from the book and begin to explore this meadow. And as you explore the meadow, you notice the sky here looks different to what you're used to. The stars don't match up with the stars in the sky you normally see. And you can smell the distant scent of freshly baked bread somehow wafting through this meadow. And you find yourself driven by your nose, exploring the meadow deeper and deeper. There are the scent of flowers, the sounds of wildlife, the twinkling of stars, and the scent of freshly baked bread. And as you walk and explore, you find over a small hill a man resting there, seeming so jolly, baking bread over an open fire. He asks you if you'd like to join him, and you sit down on a log near the man. He hands you some torn off bread and then covers it in some butter and tells you this is the most luxurious bread and butter you've probably ever tasted, and together you enjoy eating that bread and butter, enjoying that rich taste. He then offers you a pastry he's made with the sweetest cinnamon scent. And you enjoy this pastry and almost feel a sense that you don't want to leave here. But after a while, you know you have to head back. And so you head back through the meadow and find your way back to that pedestal. You rest your hand on the book. You hear the chanting. You notice the world around you vibrating before fading away and the library returning. And you find yourself stood there with Dornan just watching you. And Dornan asks if you're okay, says that you seem to zone out for just a moment, but that just a moment, from his perspective, was a long period of time of enjoying eating some bread and butter from your perspective. He guides you over to a book called The Solar Eclipse. He shows you the intricate patterns of shimmering light etched onto the cover. He tells you this book is magical and carefully opens the cover. And as he does, the room around you begins to fade as you feel yourself pulled into this story. And as the room fades, so you find yourself in a field watching the sun pass across the sky, gradually beginning to set. Most beautiful colours undulating and tickling the earth below. And you can see that there's an elderly man with an ornate bronze telescope and a group of people enthusiastically crowded around them. And each person in the group takes turns to look through that telescope. And as you approach with Dornan, the man notices you and tells you you've arrived just in time for a solar eclipse. The telescope is set up especially for being able to see solar eclipses safely. They ask if you'd like to see the solar eclipse in a way you've perhaps never seen one before. You share your excitement at this opportunity, and as you look through the telescope, so you see how incredible it looks up close, the shadow of the moon slowly eating away at the sun. The surface of the sun violently undulating and pulsing. And the man tells you his name is Orion. He tells you that when the eclipse happens, the veil between different worlds is thinnest, and so you can see this eclipse in the different worlds. Do you remember being in the other library and the eclipse seeming to happen through the window, and wonder whether they're all linked? He tells you it's at that moment where you have the best chance of accessing magic and possibility. And as the eclipse reaches its peak, the world turns into the most beautiful twilight, the air seeming to almost hum with energy. You start to feel such a deep sense of connection to the universe, a deep sense of infinite possibilities. Orion starts to tell you about stories of ancient trees and spirits that dwell within them. He gestures over to a majestic-looking old oak tree, its arms seeming to almost stretch out, encouraging and welcoming some kind of connection. He explains that this tree is a guardian of the portals, their gateways to other realms and other dimensions. He tells you that you've come here through a portal, and that through time books have been made with wood from this tree, each book containing the portal through the form of a story, through the words written within the pages of these magical books. He says that you can approach the tree, run your fingers gently around the bark of the tree, and a portal can open up for you. Because the tree itself can generate portals. And so you head over to the tree, gently run your fingers over the bark of the tree, and you find a portal opening before you. You walk through that portal to a land of deep violets, glowing mushrooms, large crystalline structures, presenting a deep sense of wonder and mystery. Your cat perched up in front of you, looking on with deep curiosity. And you find glowing runes. And you pick up some of those runes, seeing the symbols contained on them, sharing a sense of peace and tranquility, the land around you seeming to almost hum with magic. You head back through the portal to share your experience. And Orion says that every time you pass through a portal, if there are no instructions, it could lead anywhere. He says that the journey of curiosity and discovery never really ends. There's always a new realm to explore. There's always new stories to uncover. And so you head back with Dornan. You leave this place. You ride the bike back to that inn and settle down once again, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you're curious what you'll discover, what today will bring. You know that it's your last day here, before you and your cat head home. And each day has brought curious discoveries, and you explore the village, finding an old antique store containing magical items and artifacts, shelves full of glass jars with different powders in them, paintings on the walls, trinkets and knickknacks in drawers and on shelves, objects hanging from the ceiling, casting enchanting shadows on the walls as they sway and gently move. And as you look around, you find a curious, small, little brass item that really catches your attention. It's got some intricate patterns etched into it, and so you pick that up and take a closer look. And the owner of the shop says that it is an attachment for a pinhole camera, but the pinhole camera is obviously lost to time. And you wonder with curiosity as you take the camera you picked up a few days earlier out of your bag, and you ask where the attachment would go. And the shopkeeper takes the pinhole camera and the attachment, and almost like putting together some Lego, or perfectly fitting some Tetris blocks in place, they attach the attachment. And even they feel a sense of shock and surprise at discovering the attachment seems to have come from this camera. Now both must have got lost many years earlier and separated from each other, the camera remaining lost somewhere, and this attachment finding its way to the shop. And he says that the attachment means that the pinhole camera can now do more than capture images. If you place a crystal within the camera, a specific type of crystal, it will capture moments and memories, almost holographically contained within the crystal. And then these crystals can be used to project a portal to different times and places. And with curiosity, you say you want to try this out, and they guide you to a quiet spot outside the shop. You carefully point the camera at the village square, intending to capture the charming scene and all its morning glory. They hand you a small crystal. You place it in the camera. You reveal the pinhole of the camera. And after a little while, you cover it over again. And then you feel a strange sensation. And you remove the crystal and place it into a place in the center of the camera, and then uncover the hole in the front. Then the world around you begins to shift and blur again, and you find that you're standing in the village square, except now the light is different, softer, the colours more vibrant. There's a strange sense of magic in the air. You find that the land around you has changed. Somehow this is like the village that always was, only it seems different. It's like a moment in time that you can wander around and explore, that seems to loop just a very short moment, about the time it takes for a bird to be flapping its wings, and so the birds seem to be flying on the spot. And you walk around and explore the village like this. And it's like exploring the village, except that everything is looped and exactly the same moment in time is happening over and over again, and everything in the village seems as real life. Except this is just a hologram, and you can walk around, and you can even interact with what's in this image. And then you head back to the camera, lift the lid, twist the crystal, and the image disappears, and you wonder what it's like for those outside of the experience. What do they see and experience themselves? And after your experience, you head off and take a few more of these curious photos before heading back to the inn, knowing tonight's your last night. And so you have the most hearty, most delicious meal and conversation. You relax in the inn by the log fire. You read a good book before heading up to bed. You write in that journal while the cat rests on the bed. And then you rest back on the bed yourself. The cat climbs onto your lap, snuggles up on your stomach as you're laid back on the bed, and you gently stroke that cat as it purrs on your lap. Before drifting and floating asleep, knowing you're heading home in the morning. And you've got your journal of curiosities, of the strange experience you've had in your time here in this village. And you wonder whether it'll shape your dreams, and how it will shape your future, and how you approach the future. and you drift and float asleep, so deeply, so comfortably asleep, into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself playing a game of cards against a wizard wearing a fitted purple jacket. And you're playing this game of cards in a tavern with a crackling, large, open fireplace. The sounds around you of people drinking, laughing, having a good time. And yet you're all absorbed in this game against this wizard. And as you continue playing this game of cards against the wizard in the purple jacket, you feel you're approaching being likely to win. But just before the game can end, a fairy flies in the window from outside, flying in through a tiny crack opening in that window, and comes straight over to you and the wizard. And this fairy hovers near you, its wings twinkling, sparkling, like a sparkler emanating from its back, a humming sound from those rapidly vibrating wings, bobbing slightly up and down in the air. And this fairy says that your help is needed, that a legendary dragon has awoken in the land, and everyone is becoming scared. No one has seen or faced a dragon for centuries. And so the wizard looks up and smiles and says you'll have to finish this game some other time. They hand you their purple jacket and tell you this'll give you some magical protection and abilities. Just look after it so you can return it when you come back to finish your card game. You thank them, and you follow the fairy, who now heads to the door with you from the tavern. You leave the door of the tavern, heading out to the cobbled streets, leaving the sounds of those people in the tavern behind, heading out into the night time of this fantasy land, in this fantasy town. Being aware of the slightly cool air and the way you can breathe that air in and out and feel it passing through your nostrils. And the fairy is still rapidly talking to you, telling you where you need to go, the directions you must take. And she hands you a map, which starts off small as she's handing it to you and becomes larger when you take it. And then she flies off, leaving you alone with that map. And you see that on the map is a route plotted already, heading from this town, following the main road out of town, which heads around and along the edge of a river, through countryside, past the fields, into the woodland. And you know it's important that you make good stride on your journey. And so you set off straight away, walking away from the town, seeing the lights of that town behind you, leaving the sounds of the town behind you, just hearing the occasional night sound of birds and crickets, the glow of the moon in the sky, the way the illuminated clouds gently drift through the sky, occasionally passing over the moon. The silence which seems to set into the world around you, just the sounds of your footsteps as you move from cobbles to a stony, more gravelly path. And then from there, the further you get from the town, you find you're walking on a path made of more compacted mud, and you continue along this path through the countryside. And with night time continuing on, the moon continuing passing across the sky, you can smell the scent of lavender fields, the scent of other flowers as you go. Unsure exactly what your quest will entail when you find this dragon, but you obviously are trusted to just know what to do. And so you continue on, reaching the edge of the wood and passing into the wood where the darkness deepens. The occasional silvery shard of light breaking through the canopy overhead, dancing before you in the gentle breeze. An increase in silence and stillness, with just that faint rustling of the leaves. And you continue walking deeper and deeper through this woodland. And when you feel that you've walked for quite some time, and there's probably only 4 or 5 hours before the morning, you settle down briefly to have a rest. You make a small camp and drift peacefully asleep. And you sleep for just 4 or 5 hours until you begin to hear the morning birds and notice the glow of daylight shining around you. And you exit your camp, continue your journey, walking deeper and deeper into the woodland. And after some time walking deeper into the woodland, you see a small cabin, and you decide to approach the cabin, see if you can grab some supplies to continue your journey. You knock on the door of the cabin, and a fox-like creature answers the door. They invite you in. They ask you if you'd like to take a seat. And you sit down and they offer you a drink. They ask you if you'd like any food. You have something to eat, something to drink. You explain your quest. You explain that you'd quite like to try and have some supplies, if they've got any, that you can take with you. And so they hand you some drink to take with you, some food they prepare to take with you. You talk with them about how you've never seen them around these parts before, and they explain that they're a multi-dimensional being. They take on many forms, and ordinarily they travel around. But they've stopped for a little while in this area. They felt that there was a reason for doing so. They never really know what the reasons are, they just suddenly get this feeling they need to stop and stay in one place for a little while. And so they do. And then when they feel it's time to move on, they move on. And so they stopped here. And then you came along. And they know why they stayed. And when they stopped here, the cabin was just a derelict cabin, used long ago. And so while here, they did the cabin up, made it all nice. Somewhere nice and pleasant to stay for a while. And you begin to think about moving on and where you'll go next. You've got your map, and so you look at the map and you can see the journey. And you can see how far you've come, and you see you've got so far to go. And this multi-dimensional being tells you that it can be a long journey there, but they can give you something that can make the journey back much quicker. And then they guide you through to a small room off the main area of the cabin. They dig around in a dusty box. And they take out what looks like a seal. And they break it in half. And they place half down on the floor in this old little room. And they twist it. And then slap it. And then hand you the other half. And they tell you, this is like a portable portal. If you place this down, when you're ready to return, you can put it on the ground, twist it, slap it like I did then, and it will create a connection with this half placed here. Almost like a wormhole between the two spots, and a portal will open, and you can step through the portal and you'll find yourself right back here in an instant. And so you'll only have to journey back from here to your town. And so you place the seal in your bag. You place the supplies you've been given into your bag. You thank them for their kindness and help before leaving the cabin and setting off, continuing your journey. And as you continue your journey, so you walk through the woods, before passing out the other side of the woods and finding yourself back into rolling hills and open countryside. You roam over those rolling hills, admiring the sky above, the way the clouds move so gently, birds circling up high, And so you continue walking through this countryside, enjoying the sense of the world around you. Occasionally getting the map out, double checking you're still on track. Following what's barely a path now, over the rolling hills, heading far, far away from where you started. As the next night sets in, and you're still out in open countryside, and you can notice as the light dims, fireflies hovering and darting above the flowers and grasses. You set up a camp and a small campfire, and listening to the gently crackling campfire, and admiring the stars overhead, the way they twinkle and blanket the sky like a million diamonds just hanging above you. You lie back watching the sky, feeling the cool breeze, and begin to drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And as you drift peacefully asleep, begin to hear the sound of a drum being beat. And as that beating drum continues, you start to see something in your mind's eye, a world forming around you, as if you're lying down in tall grass and hearing the beating drums get louder. You sit up in the tall grass and look around you and find that you're in the middle of the ruins of what seems like a sanctuary, some ancient place, and sitting on an ancient rock in the middle of this space, surrounded by flowing water, appears to be the most peaceful person you've ever seen. And so you stand up and gently walk over towards them. And as you approach, they gently gaze up in your direction. They tell you that they're your guardian angel, that they're taking on this physical form in your dream to introduce themselves, to make you aware you've got a guardian angel who watches over you. And they tell you that you're unsure of exactly what the mission is you're on. You're unsure whether it's safe or dangerous, just that you seem to have been chosen, and you have magic with that purple jacket. But the only real magic you'll need is the magic of peace and calm. That they're there to let you know your journey will be safe. And when you reach your destination and you encounter the dragon, you'll know what to do, and all will be well. And they ask you to follow them, and so you follow them, walking alongside the flowing water. And as you walk, the flowing water gets wider and wider, until you arrive at a lake where the water is so wide it's gone still. and you can see the sky reflected in the water so perfectly. And then they tell you to come to the edge of the water. You walk to the edge. They tell you to take one step towards the water, and they have an arm around you gently, and they take a step with you, and you feel like they're pushing you as if to fall in the water. But as you both step forward, you rotate. You pass through the water without getting wet, while taking one step, and find yourself stood with the surface of the water behind your back, as if it's an upright mirror. And you find yourself in a room surrounded by mirrors. And technically you're inside the lake, but you're not wet and you're not in water. And the surface of the lake is behind you. And they say that this is a mirror room. As you look around at the mirrors, seeing your image reflected in all the mirrors, they tell you this room is a place where it's hard to escape yourself. It's the kind of room where you can come to find yourself, where you're confronted with yourself until you understand your true self and what's within. And they walk you around this mirror room, and you notice each mirror is very slightly deformed from each other mirror. Some mirrors slightly more concave, some mirrors slightly more convex, some mirrors warped in slightly different patterns, each mirror presenting a slightly different version of you back to you. And yet you know it's you in each reflection. And they walk you around this mirror room. They tell you, on some level, you're going to learn what all of this means. And after a while of walking round, suddenly you get a feeling like things make sense on some level. And with that feeling, they walk you back to where you started. And with a little bit of a push, they guide you back through the mirror. And you pass through the mirror, seemingly swinging round, and stepping on the bank, with the water behind you on the ground, just as it should be, and you dry, standing on the bank, with the guardian angel. And they tell you, you need to be aware of what you learned in that mirror room. It'll help you on your journey. And with that, they guide you off. And you head off away from them, finding that as you walk away and the drums begin to play, so you begin to drift deeper and deeper asleep. And after a while of sleeping, you awaken to the morning, to the sounds of the morning. the warmth of the morning in this meadow, and you continue your journey, filled with a sense of peace and hope and curiosity about what you'll discover and what this dragon's like. And you continue walking with just yourself for company, enjoying your own company. And after a while, the landscape begins to change again. The gently undulating hills now give way to a vast valley, the sides of the hills growing steeper and steeper as you walk. And so you continue into this valley, the sounds taking on a slightly echoey sound. And you walk through the valley, looking at the map from time to time to see where you are and how far you've got to go. And you can see on the map where this valley is. And having a map helps you relax, because it means you always know where you are in relation to other areas and how far you've got to go. So even when your own senses tell you that you don't know how far you've come, how far you've got to go, or exactly where you are, you can just look at the map and feel comfortable. And so you walk through this valley, and you can see that the point you have to reach is just beyond the valley. And you pass through that valley, heading out the other side, following a gentle stream that started in the hills of the valley and headed down at this point towards the centre of the valley, and then veered off away from the valley. And so you follow that stream, the trickling sound of the water, and you can see in the distance what looks like some kind of an ancient building. And as you eventually approach that ancient building, you find that it looks like a pyramid that had perhaps stood there for thousands of years, partially collapsed, worn and weathered. And you see an entrance into the pyramid. You head into that entrance, feeling the atmosphere change, a stillness set in, and inside the pyramid, strangely, it seems like an unusual different land, almost like the pyramid is a world of its own, and the inside doesn't look like a pyramid. It looks like it could be any other land. And you hear a deep rumbling growl coming from somewhere overhead, and then see the most beautiful, ethereal looking dragon fly past, with wings that seem to almost be like loose feathers flying in the sky. And shimmering is coming from those feathers. with iridescent hues coating the dragon seeming to change colour as it flies, as the light catches the surface of the dragon. And the dragon, spying you, heads down, and with a massive thud and a rumble of the ground, it lands in front of you, and with a deep, growling voice, it asks who you are, what you're doing here, and where they came from. The last they remember, they were drifting asleep, and now they're awake again. And you explain you don't know where they came from, but people are scared at their return. People haven't encountered dragons for hundreds and hundreds of years. And they explain there's nothing to be scared of, but they're also trapped in this pyramid. They're trapped in this land, and they can't fit through the doorway you took to get in here, so they can't escape. And you don't know exactly what your role was. You ask if they know anything about their history, where they're supposed to be, and they explain that they come from a land of dragons, but they were trapped here in this land, and they became a thing of worship. And then they were put to sleep, the idea being that once it was figured out how to return them, they would be awoken so that they could be sent back to their own land. They're now awoken, and no one is here to return them to their own time, to their own place. And you say you're wearing a wizard's jacket, and perhaps you can perform some kind of magic, and you learn a bit more about them. And you're curious, because if they were supposed to sleep until they could be returned, perhaps the fact that no one's here to return them is because you have arrived here, and maybe you can return them. And you look around in this pyramid, which still just looks like a normal land, except that they definitely feel trapped in this exact location. And you see a potter's wheel that's rickety and weathered and old. And you have this feeling like perhaps you're supposed to use that. You see some crystals on the ground, and you cast a magic spell over those crystals, and they begin to glow and pulsate with purple light. You notice there are spaces for them in the potter's wheel if you can just fix the wheel up, and so you fix that wheel up, and you begin to turn the potter's wheel, and the crystals begin to turn, imbued with your magic, and a glow begins to emanate and pulse and become stronger. And as it emanates, pulses and becomes stronger, so it seems to be filling this space, the purple light expanding, growing. The crystals almost singing a lullaby as they spin. And as they spin faster and faster, so you can feel the magic growing and spreading from within you, you start to make sense on a more conscious level of your time in that mirror room, how there were multiple versions of you and you knew each one was you. And with this, you notice that this purple light seems to have some form of ability to show up the inside of the pyramid. And on each panel of the pyramid seems to be a different image of the dragon. As the dragon flies around, its image reflected in all the mirrors. And just like in that mirror room, each image is slightly different. And you realize they need to just fly through the correct one. That these mirrors can be passed through. Each one is like a different universe. And they instinctively recognize which one to pass through, in the same way that you were helped in that mirror room to pass into the room and back from the room via one very specific mirror. And the dragon flies towards one of the mirrors as you continue spinning that potter's wheel faster and faster. And you watch as the dragon passes through a mirror, and just as it's passed fully through, the mirrors shatter. The potter's wheel stops generating purple light. The crystals suddenly splinter, and silence sets into the pyramid, and a darkness sets in. And it's almost like the inside of the pyramid. It's like the inside of a pyramid, long forgotten. As if it had come alive just while the dragon was here. And now it's as it would be for an unoccupied pyramid that hasn't been occupied for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And you leave the pyramid. You think about your journey home. You take out that seal from your bag, place it on the floor, twist it, slap it, and an electric blue portal opens up before you, like an orb in space. You step through that portal, and you find yourself in that room, in that cabin. You walk out of the room and notice the cabin is derelict. It looks like no one's lived there for years. The portal closes behind you. You walk through the derelict cabin. You begin finding your journey home from that cabin, curious why it's derelict, when someone was there not that long ago. And as you walk back towards the village, back towards the town you came from, You encounter that fairy, and you've still got the map, and you hand them back the map, and they greet you and clearly know you and recognize you, and they thank you for what you've achieved, and you say that you've had a few strange experiences. You explain about the cabin that looked occupied and now looks derelict, and they tell you you met who you needed to meet, and the world around you was created for you as you needed to see it, for you to understand what you needed to do, and for you to understand how to make it there and back again. And for now, you can let go of the experience. You freed the dragon, sent it back to its own land. And you head back through the town back to the tavern, where you see that wizard sat at that table near the fireplace. They greet you and ask for their jackets back. You return their jacket. They ask you to continue playing the game, and so you continue playing the card game, and they get you a drink, and you enjoy that card game for a while. Sometimes you winning, sometimes they win. And then at the end of the night, when it's very, very late, they bid you good night. You head back home, and you look forward to settling down in bed, and you're greeted at home by your cat, who weaves their way around your legs. And they come to bed with you. They relax on the end of the bed as you settle down and drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland, thinking about the journey you've just been on and what it could all mean, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep. And this is a bedtime story about a queen who lives in a palace high up in a mountain. And she often feels that she leads quite an isolated existence. Being the queen, she's often expected to just remain in that palace. People will come occasionally and visit. She'll hold functions and balls, but most of her time is spent just gazing out over the land below, and she can see from this palace high up in the mountains the vast landscape stretching out below, the snow-capped mountains, the crisp blue sky, the forests and weaving rivers, the peaceful meadows, and all she can do is look out and dream about being able to go and explore, about having the freedom to lead a life. And one day, she wakes during the night when she hears a sound coming from somewhere else in the palace. She leaves her bedroom walks quietly down the large corridor on the softest of rugs. Almost feeling like the eyes in the paintings are following her, but at the same time feeling a deep sense of comfort and connection to her history as she walks. She continues down that corridor and can still hear that noise. Until eventually she arrives at the heavy wooden door to one of the studies. She carefully and slowly inches open that door, and inside the study she sees a fairy flying around, flying from ornament to ornament. She can hear its wings with the high-pitched buzz, just a blur behind the fairy's back. She asks who this fairy is and what they're doing in her palace. And the fairy says that they've been observing the Queen for many years, that the Queen's parents had tasked them with that role, to look after her, keep an eye on her, and so that is what they've been doing. But over recent years, they've felt that the Queen was seeking something, was often lost in thought, and they had no way of being able to find out what was going on for the Queen without revealing themselves. And they were wondering now whether to do so, and they were searching this study to try to find any books that might contain ancient knowledge that would reveal whether there's any circumstances where they're allowed to reveal themselves to the person they've been tasked to watch over. And the Queen comments that it seems like a pointless point now when they're talking, and the fairy agrees that it does seem rather pointless about whether it's allowed or not when it's happening. And so the Queen heads deeper into the study. She lights the fire in the fireplace, pours herself a drink. It's just the early hours of the morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet. She sits herself down in the most comfortable of armchairs near the fireplace. As the fire begins to crackle to life, gestures for the fairy to stand or sit down somewhere rather than buzzing around, and then talks to the fairy and shares her thoughts and worries, her concerns, the things she feels she's missing out on, the life she would like to have. And the fairy says that she can use magic to help her to be able to go out unrecognized, and she can then explore and find herself, find out who she truly is, and find out what it's like to not be a queen. And the Queen remarks that this is all very well and good, but what about those in the palace? They would obviously miss her and recognize she's missing. And the fairy says that with her magic, she can always take the Queen's place for a time. She can make herself look like the Queen. The Queen can share with her some of the tasks she's supposed to do over the next few days. She already knows the Queen's mannerisms. She's kept a close eye on the Queen. And so the Queen has a gulp of the drink and says, "Let's make it so." And the fairy pulls out a tiny magic wand with fairy dust sprinkling from the end with each movement. And as the fairy dust liberally flies off in all directions, the fairy begins to chant an incantation, doing specific gestures, hand movements, specific patterns. A focus seeming to increase. The room filling with more sparkling fairy dust. As the furniture springs to life, begins to dance and sing. As the fire begins to dance in tune in the fireplace. As the fairy continues her incantation. And the Queen watches with intrigue and notices the cold drink seems to be beginning to bubble and turn hot. So the fairy continues her incantation. The Queen puts down the drink as the glass warms up. And then, with a movement of the hands like the end of a conductor conducting music, with stillness striking the room, furniture becoming still, the fire seeming to become still in the fireplace, the fairy dust settling to the ground and vanishing, silence setting over the room. The fairy says, "Drink that warm drink." And the Queen drinks the drink. And as she drinks the last drop, the swirl of light starting from around her feet spirals up around her legs, around her midriff, around her chest, her arms, her head, getting brighter and brighter. She feels a tingling throughout her whole body. And then, as the light fades. She feels no different. She asks what has changed, and the fairy gestures to the window, and the Queen heads over to the window, opens the thick curtains, and can see her reflection in the window against the darkness outside. She notices that she has long blonde hair, freckles on her face, blue eyes, almost the exact opposite of her normal look, of brown hair, brown eyes, and clear skin. She notices the changes to her cheekbones, to the structure of her face. Notices she's wearing a pretty sunflower dress, and she looks very different to how she ordinarily looks. And the fairy says that even your voice has changed. To yourself you sound as you do, but to everyone else you sound very different. And the Queen looks at her arms, at her hands, at her footwear, and the fairy says, "You will have just one day through until midnight, and so a little over 24 hours. Before this wears off, and in a flash of light you'll turn back to looking like the Queen that you are." And so the fairy says that you should go now before anyone wakes up. There's a number of hours before morning, but go now. Leave the palace, and I'll turn into you. And with that, the fairy waves her wand over her own head, and in a flash of light, just as she's finishing saying those words, the words are finished in the Queen's voice. As the Queen sees herself standing there, and she says, "I suppose it's back to bed," and finds her way through to the Queen's bedroom. As the Queen heads through the corridors quietly, softly, and finds her way out of the building, begins to descend the mountain, descending down towards the forest below, following the track that so many people travel up to see her along. She can hear the first hint of early morning birds coming from that forest below. She can feel the fresh, cool air. She breathes that in while descending. and she feels a sense of excitement and curiosity about this experience that she'll have. And she's got the whole of today, overnight and through to midnight tomorrow. And so she explores that forest, touching the bark of trees, the tender, waxy leaves in her fingertips, softly moving branches out the way as she passes, hearing the sounds of different animals, birds, noticing faintest hints of the light edging its way down through the canopy overhead. Occasional beams of light tickling the undergrowth as the wind blows a gentle breeze through the tops of the trees. Curious if she'll see anyone and what she'll discover and explore. And she continues on through the forest, finds her way towards a river that passes through this forest, that travels down from the mountain, that's travelled from the mountain about as far as she has. And while following that river, smelling the fresh coolness of the air alongside the water, the gentle sound of that water as it bubbles along beside her, finding it easier to pass through the forest along the bank of the river than pushing through the trees, and knowing that as long as she can find this river, she can definitely, easily find her way back up to the mountain. And while continuing, she hears a noise and quietly walks towards that noise, where she sees some children playing in the edge of the water, their trousers rolled up, splashing barefoot in the water, laughing so carefree. And she stops for a moment to observe before quietly approaching and engaging in conversation with them, asking them where they live, what this place is like, what they enjoy doing, learning something about these people, these children, before saying goodbye, continuing on, crossing the most beautiful stone bridge, and heading down through the meadows and farmland towards the local village. And as the morning continues and the walking continues, she sees a farmer walking along with a horse that's ploughing a field. She says good morning to the farmer, engages with the farmer and learns about their role as a farmer. They talk about having to wake up early, having to work long hours. The pleasure they get and the achievement they get from the role they take. And she continues on, hearing the sound of the church bell ringing for the morning, heading into the village, heading towards the church, admiring the simple stained glass windows and the basic stone structure of that church. She meets some people who greet her so friendly as they enter the church, and some as they leave. Some are carrying flowers in baskets, others carrying fruit and veg. She talks to a number of the people, each one sharing how they enjoy the life they lead, the things they choose to do, feeling a sense of purpose, engaging with the community, engaging with each other, all having their own different skills. And she says goodbye to them and continues her journey, finding her way to the marketplace, feeling a little overwhelmed in the market, with so many people pushing here and there, so crowded, so much noise, so much confusion. An assault to her senses she's not used to. As queen, she's aware of crowds, but the crowds are always kept a little distant from her. Here she's weaving in and out of people, having people trying to sell her things. And so she walks through, smelling the different scents of different foods, seeing different materials, different items of clothing being sold, being offered bits of free food and free drinks. She talks to different sellers, learns about their experiences, before continuing on out the other side of the village, continuing to explore. Enjoying the peace out the other side of the village, heading through meadows, following the river past a mill, its wheel turning as the water flows past, following along past lavender, the scent of that lavender, the colour and the feel of the lavender, enjoying that touch of the lavender, getting that scent on her hands, usually being unable to enjoy touching wildflowers, because what she gets is normally picked and delivered. And up in the mountains, flowers don't really grow like this. And she continues through the meadow until she sees in the middle of the meadow, some way away, a small cabin with a wisp of smoke rising from the chimney. She heads over to that cabin, knocks gently on the cabin door. And a small man with the friendliest of smiles and the cutest of little ginger cats answers the door. She asks if she can come in for a cup of tea, explains she's exploring and just getting to meet the people around here and to learn from them. When they invite her in, she sits by the fire, the cat jumps up on her lap. She begins stroking that cat and it begins to gently purr and snuggle down onto her lap even more. She's presented with a warm cup of tea, which she drinks while talking to this friendly, small old man, who explains what it's like to live around here, to have a community to engage with, to feel a sense of worth. And they talk about their time in this land, the history of the land as they know it. She listens with intrigue, absorbed in the stories being told, to the point she finishes her drink. And it's beginning to get dark outside. She says that she should leave because it's getting late, and she says goodbye to the cat before heading back towards the town. And back in the town, she hears a lively tavern. And she's never been inside a tavern, so she heads to that tavern, heads inside, asks if they've got a room for the night, and she's given a key to a room and told where it is. She heads up to the room, freshens up, before going back down to the bar, and at the bar she chats with more locals, seeing what they're like when they're not working, when they're enjoying themselves. She chats with the bar staff. She engages in drinking with them, in playing bar games, feeling a part of this community, before finding herself getting more and more tired, and so heading to bed, and waking the next day knowing she has to make her way back to the palace before midnight. And so she takes some more time to explore this village. She starts to ask people about the Queen, about what people thought of the Queen. And they explain that she pretty much seems to let them lead their own lives. She's a very good Queen, but they never really see her. She doesn't interfere with their lives. And some of them say they feel sorry for her, that she probably is lonely up there all by herself. The Queen of this land, yet not really a part of this land, and she talks with them some more about how things could change, what they would like to see, before developing some ideas. As the day continues on towards evening, and so she starts making her journey away from that village, following the river, heading back through the forest. Finding her way all the way back to the palace high up in the mountain. And when she arrives back at the palace, she knows that she doesn't want to be seen not looking as the queen. So she waits for a while, sitting in the garden, and it's dark and the moon's out and the stars are twinkling overhead, and as her eyes adjust to the dark, she can see the faint sign of the aurora, like curtains waving gently in a breeze. She enjoys sitting on a bench in the garden, gazing out at the view, the way the moonlight reflects and sparkles on the river's surface below. She reflects on her journey, on her experience. And as midnight strikes, with a flash of light from her feet up to her head, she turns back into herself. She sneaks back into the palace, finds her way back through to the study where she meets with the fairy, who is back as the fairy. She talks with the fairy about her experience, about what she learned about herself, about others, about happiness, and changes she would like to make, that she knows those around her might feel uncomfortable with those changes being made, not wanting her to take such risks, but she decides she wants to feel more part of a community. She doesn't just want balls with wealthy, other aristocrats from other places, but she wants to open her home to the local people, to engage with the local people, to travel herself for supplies into town, to head to the market, to enjoy walks in nature, to feel like she belongs. And she explores all this and explains it all with the fairy. And the fairy says it sounds like she's no longer needed to be here right now, but if she's ever needed again, she'll just know it and she'll be there. And the queen thanks the fairy, as the fairy seems to just vanish. And the queen leaves the study, heads to bed, and wonders if she missed anything in the day and a half that she was gone. or whether everything ticked on as usual. And she looks forward to the changes she'll be making as she relaxes back in bed and drifts and floats so calmly, so peacefully, asleep into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this story about a woman who is resting at home one day, and she notices out of the window, while it's raining, as she's listening to the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops on the window, that the sky has an unusual hue to it. There are areas of sunlight and areas of cloud. And while gazing out of the window, admiring the curious atmosphere, admiring the textures of the clouds, and the contrast between the dark sky and the sunlight, she notices the most incredible, vivid rainbow forming in the sky. And she watches for a while and realizes the rainbow doesn't seem to be fading. Minutes turn into hours, and that rainbow still seems to just be hanging there in the sky. And so she gets wrapped up and dressed up, ready to go out in the rain. She heads out into the rain, raising the hood on her raincoat. The sound of that rain reverberating around her ears as it strikes the coat and the hood of the coat. The sensation of each raindrop hitting the coat. And some of the spray from the rain catching her face. And the weather is the most comfortable temperature. As she's wrapped up, it's not too warm and not too cool. And nobody else seems to be out, perhaps all tucking away out of the rain. And she walks in the direction of the rainbow. And she's going in search of the legendary pot of gold that she hopes to find, where the rainbow touches the ground. And she doesn't know whether the pot of gold is at the left side of the rainbow or the right side of the rainbow. But she feels that the right side is probably correct because it's right. And that's where she decides to check. And so she heads in the direction of the right side of the rainbow, keeping an eye on that giant, vivid arch of colour stretching overhead. Curious at how that rainbow is lasting so long as she walks. And as the rain continues, and the sun shines through the rain, casting that ethereal rainbow in the sky, she continues journeying towards where the right side of the rainbow touches the ground. Then she heads through a town, heads out into countryside, and she can see that rainbow still way off in the distance. She continues following that rainbow, curious how it's staying where it is, heading deeper and deeper into countryside, noticing how the countryside seems to strangely be shifting and changing as she walks, as if reality is shifting and changing. And yet, the one constant is that rainbow. She occasionally hears the sounds of birds, singing in bushes and trees, but is surprised at the stillness of the environment with just the sound of the rain, only occasionally being punctuated by other sounds. She reaches grounds of an ancient monastery that seems so still, and the stonework of this ancient monastery casts the most incredible contrast to the nature, the greens of the grasses and the trees around. She cuts through that monastery, curious what it was like in the past, long before it became ruins. She heads out the other side of the monastery, continuing to head towards that rainbow, which has now hung in the sky for many hours. It's almost as if time is caught in a loop, not proceeding forward, but still playing, like just a loop of rain in a moment. And she continues on through the countryside. The feeling of walking through fields where the ground is slightly spongy, the smell of the air in the countryside, cleaned by the rain, a certain freshness to that air. As the landscape continues to subtly change as she walks, in a way that's barely noticeable, and just retrospectively she realizes how different the landscape is becoming. She finds herself walking into long grass, taller than she is, with wide shards of grass, almost rattling in the breeze. As she walks through that grass, keeping an eye on the sky, on that rainbow as she walks. And she notices the rainbow getting wider and wider, and knows that she's nearing the base of the rainbow, and she hopes that she'll find the gold that she seeks. And eventually she reaches the foot of the rainbow. She can see it arching high overhead. Its colours so vivid against the darkness of the rain clouds. But at the foot of the rainbow, instead of finding gold, she notices that there's what looks almost like a blue portal with a slight whirring sound, as if this rainbow is beaming out of that portal. She wonders whether there is the same at the other side of the rainbow. And this portal takes on the shape of an orb, and she pokes a stick into the portal, takes that stick out and decides to walk through the portal. And as she walks through the portal, so she comes out in a continuation of that long grass. But the environment is incredibly warm. A very different environment to the one she just came from. It seems much drier, and as she looks behind her, she can see the portal, but not the rainbow. And as she looks behind her, she notices the entire environment is very different. And she continues walking through this long grass, curious where she is. And as she walks through this long grass, so she starts to hear the faint, distant sound of flowing water. And she heads towards that sound of flowing water. And as she nears the sound, so it becomes louder and louder, and she can begin to smell the scent of the fresh water flowing. And as she gets closer and closer to the water, so the grass thins out, and she finds herself on the bank of a wide river. And she carefully follows that wide river, curious where it'll take her. And along the riverbank, she sees a very unusual sight. Something large seems to be in a deck chair with a parasol above their head. And she gets closer and closer and realizes that it's a manatee, seemingly resting on its back, enjoying the weather, shielding itself from the sun with the parasol. And as she approaches, she slows down and engages in conversation with this manatee. And while talking with the manatee, she can hear the water trickling alongside, the sound of the rustling grass, the sight of the occasional butterfly flitting in and out of that grass. And as she talks with that manatee, she asks where here is. And the manatee tells her that she's in a land of elephant grass. And she asks what the elephant grass is. And the manatee says that elephant grass is all that tall grass that surrounds us, that's as far as the eye can see. And it's called elephant grass because if it ever rains heavily for 40 days and 40 nights, the grass flowers. And then following the flowering, an elephant is born at the base of the bits of grass, and the land becomes overrun by elephants, and the grass seems to disappear, and the landscape for a time is barren. And then the elephants disperse in search of food, travelling off in different directions to different lands, eating the remains of the grass before they go. And this manatee explains that sometimes it's been known to go wrong, that a strange kind of rain happens, and something very different occurs. That there was one year where it was raining incredibly heavy, but it was also very windy. And the wind and the rain mixed. The fronds of grass intertwined with each other. The river that weaves its way through this elephant grass overflowed, and this river contains elements from the distant mountains, which mixed with the soil. And as the rain subsided, and the river settled down, out from the ground erupted tens of millions of chickens, running around, noisily pecking at all the seeds, pecking at the remnants of the grass, chickens as far as the eye could see. And the woman engages further with this manatee, not once thinking that actually it's a strange experience to find a manatee lying back on a deck chair with a parasol overhead, who can also talk. Something about the experience just felt natural. And she sets off from that manatee, having asked for directions on where she should perhaps go next. The manatee had said about the mountains, and so she thought perhaps she'll head towards those mountains, and was curious what these elements were, which wash down the river from the mountains. And so she follows the river up towards those mountains. And while walking towards those mountains, she notices a white pelican standing in the water, so patiently waiting, staring into the water. She calls out to that white pelican and asks them the direction, if she's going the right way to the mountains. And the pelican tells her that she is, that she can head this direction past the lost city, where eventually she'll find a garden. And in that garden, she'll find the path into the mountains. And she leaves that pelican, continues following this river. Until she thinks she can see the faintest hint of the peaks of the mountains on the horizon, and she continues to walk. And the elephant grass gives way. First to shrubs, and then to small trees, and then to woodland. And she heads into that woodland. And while walking through the woodland, she decides to stop, to take a break, to rest for a little while. And as she rests, so a little fairy seems to fly from the water's edge, curiously investigating her, asking her about who she is, where she's from, where she's going. And she explains. And the fairy says that the journey is going to get very difficult as you begin to ascend the mountain. But hidden within the mountains are multi-dimensional beings called the Hugs. And the Hugs can't be seen, only felt. And they're incredibly friendly. Their aim is to help, to bring hope, to bring comfort. And you'll encounter them, but you may not even realize you've encountered them unless you need them. The fairy said there are little Hugs that are very small, would probably only come up to your knee. And then there are big Hugs that are about twice your size. And the fairy explained that you can't see the Hugs, these multi-dimensional beings. But if you could, you'd notice that they're almost like just balls of fur and fluff, with the friendliest of eyes and faces, and the warmest of cuddles. And they communicate through touch. And so they come up, and they give you a hug, to help motivate, to help you feel safe and secure, to help you feel supported, to help you better continue your journey. And whenever you need a hug, they will be there. Sometimes you might need a little hug. Other times you might need a big hug. But they'll be there when you need them. And then the fairy flits off and seems to rest down on a lily pad in the middle of the river. before jumping in the air, landing in the middle of that lily pad and seeming to disappear. And the woman rests for a little while before continuing on her journey, and she encounters the lost city, so she knows she's heading in the right direction. And the lost city appears to just be rocks and ruins. And she climbs some areas she's sure used to be walls, and weaves through other areas she thinks may have been doors, and follows other areas that look like they were probably paths, maybe even roads. She feels that she can almost hear the sounds of what this metropolis used to be like. The chinking of blacksmiths working with metal, the clopping of horses, the murmur of people selling to each other in markets, enjoying each other's company. The vibrant nature of this place when it once existed, and having a curiosity about how it all came to an end with time. Maybe the people from here just gradually moved on and went their own separate ways, as she now continues on her separate way through this lost city, back into the woodland, hearing the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a breeze, pushing past branches, feeling the bark of the trunks of trees as she weaves around them. Watching the shards of light breaking through the canopy and dancing ahead. In the dust of the woodland, glittering, sparkling, almost twinkling like fairy dust. And gradually working towards a clearing the other side of the woodland, where she finds an unusual sight, a traditional well-kept garden, seemingly at the base of the mountains. And she walks up to the gate to the garden. Peers over the gate to see who may or may not be in this garden, trying to work out who this garden belongs to. It's well maintained, so someone must be here at some point. And then carefully unbolting the gate, walking through the gate, with a creak and a click, closing the gate behind her, smelling the most beautiful scent of the flowers, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and then seeing the most friendly looking cat lying in the sun in the garden. And as she gently, slowly, carefully approaches that cat, So the cat flops onto its side, gives a little meow, and she reaches out and scratches its belly gently, rubs its fur, rubs just under the cat's leg, and the cat rolls onto its back. And she spends some time with that cat, curious who owns this garden, and notices while she's engaging with the cat that the sun is setting behind the mountains, and it wouldn't be sensible to climb the mountains in the dark. And so she wonders if it would be okay to set up a camp in this garden. And so she makes a makeshift camp in the garden from bits she's acquired on her journey. The cat comes and sits down near her, and as the garden begins to darken, as that sun continues to set, she notices fireflies flying around in the garden, most beautiful dots of light, flitting from place to place, sometimes hovering in a location. And then she notices in the darkness somebody approaching holding a light. And as they carry that light, its flame gently flickering so calmly and beautifully, she's curious who this is. And they're a short, elven creature with smooth skin, gently pointed ears, the softest hair, and the kindest eyes. And they engage with the woman about how she's found this garden. She's met their cat. She's obviously demonstrated she's kind and friendly. And so in the morning, they'll show her the route up the mountain, because it isn't what she would expect, and says for now settle down and sleep. And then they turn and walk away, and the woman settles down. She watches the night's sky, the stars in the sky, the colours of the sky, and drifts peacefully asleep. And the next morning, she wakes to the cat padding on her arm, feeling so calm and comfortable. She walks across the garden, curious about the previous evening's encounter. And that elven person appears again, guides her to the sundial in the middle of the garden, twists the top of the sundial, and with a click, they then tilt the sundial, revealing some steps, and they say, descend those steps, and it'll take you to the path to ascend this mountain. and so they descend the steps. They light a torch as they go. You can hear the occasional drip of water down here. And they walk along a tunnel under this garden, and then find some steps before them. They begin to ascend these steps, and the steps get wider and wider, and the roof above the steps gets higher and higher, until the roof is so high the light from the torch no longer reaches it. And they ascend, and they ascend, and they ascend, encountering glowing moss, streams of glowing fibres around the walls, helping to light this space. They reach a point where they begin to struggle with the constant ascent, and then feel a sense of being hugged and filled with strength and motivation, kindness and support, and encouragement to keep going. And they continue a while longer before stopping to take a break, and then continuing again some more. And after they feel like they've been ascending for hours, they start to think to themselves they can't go on, they can't keep pushing themselves like this. They don't know how much further they have to go. And then they feel a big hug. And they continue on after eating and having that rest, until eventually finding themselves at an oak door with ornate carvings. And they open that door and realize they're in a room looking out from the top of the mountains, carved into the mountains with windows. And in this room, they see multiple elements, different powders, seeming to be worn directly from the rocks. And carefully feeding in to the trickle of water from up here, and watching as that water trickles across a thin path in the floor of this room before beginning to trickle down the side of the mountain. Those elements merging, mixing, being like the lifeblood of the entire landscape below. And from here they can hear the blustery wind outside. They can see way off into the distance, way off back to where they started. They see the faintest hue of blue of that portal way off in the distance, so vivid and vibrant. From here it just looks like a pinprick of light, and yet it's still visible, And they look around this space, finding this room seems empty, but it seems purposeful. It has windows. It's designed as a room. Elements seem to be just wearing off the walls and carefully flowing and mixing with the water. And then they see from the corner of a room a small owl hopping along the ground and then walking towards them, greeting them, introducing themselves, explaining that they're the wise one of this land. Everything works here like clockwork. Everything has a purpose. The mountain grows. The elements wear down. Those worn elements pass into the water. The water flows down the mountain and feeds the valley below. And life forms all round. And as that water evaporates in the distance, the wind blows the water towards the mountains again, where it rains down on the growing mountains, evaporates more of the elements, and the cycle continues. And as the wise one, they're responsible for making sure that this continues day after day, with no break in the cycle. There's some variation in the cycle. Sometimes some elements mix more than others. Sometimes it rains more than other times and for longer than other times. And this creates a certain level of uncertainty and change. And they ask the woman what led her to be here, and she explains she came in search of gold, but found this place instead, finding a portal where the gold would normally be. And they say to the woman, "You struck gold. Very few people have ever made it here. It's very rare for anyone to find the base of a rainbow, and that the bases of rainbows are portals between lands, each base leading to different lands. And the portal is different depending on the rainbow and the quality of the rainbow, leading to different lands, different dimensions." And they explain to the woman that she needs to head back and find her way back, that they can share some knowledge with her, make this trip meaningful. But she needs to head back before the rainbow dissolves and the portal fades. And they hand her an enormous kite and what resembles a kind of surfboard mixed with a wing. And they tell her to get back the quickest way is to kite surf. The wind, the updrafts of warm air, following the descending cold air, recognizing patterns in the sky to navigate your way back. They tell her to hold on to the kite, holding on to two separate strings that will allow her to direct the kite left, right, help her to raise up, lower down, and to be on that windsurfing board. And with a sense of uncertainty, she heads out of this room onto a ledge here at the top of this mountain. She then feels a big hug giving her a hug and feels comfortable. And the owl says, "You can trust us. You can trust yourself. This is no storm in a teacup. You can ride this back to where you came." And she pulls on the cords, lurching the kite forward, which launches in the air, jumps onto the board, locking one foot on the front, and sets off, waved off by the owl, and begins surfing the wind back to where she came, surfing above the mountain, above the garden, above the woodland, weaving and following that river back in the direction she came from. Sky surfing all the way back, noticing way down there that manatee still choosing to rest on a deck chair under a parasol, and lowering herself down and weaving, landing among the elephant grass, skidding along near to the portal that she's aiming for. And she passes through that portal, finding herself back where she started, in a more familiar land. The tall elephant grass here, fading as the portal fades, where it had bled out through the portal into the land around. Seeing behind her the rainbow fading, the portals closing, the clouds clearing, the rain stopping, as she found her way back home, and as the sun increased in temperature, now there were no clouds or rain, she took off the raincoat and carried it with her. As she walked back towards her home, and as she arrived home and went to get the key out of her pocket to open the door, she finds a tiny little carved statue of an owl, inscribed on the base, saying something to remember your journey by. She opens the door and goes in to her house. She makes herself a drink and settles down for a while, reflecting on the journey she's had. And as night falls, she heads to bed, still in her mind, running over the experience, curious how the portals form, why others haven't discovered them before, why she's never heard of them before, wondering whether she'll ever get to leave this land and maybe visit other lands in the future, knowing if there's another rainbow, she's definitely going to go searching for the end of the rainbow. And she settles down and begins to drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself travelling along an English canal in a narrow boat. And your boat is travelling along very slowly. You're carefully manoeuvring this boat along the canal, enjoying the leisurely journey through the waterways. The sun gently setting in the background, casting the most beautiful glow across the water and the landscape as you gaze out over the flat meadows and fields, pocketed with the occasional patch of woodland. That golden light, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. The sound of the motor of the narrowboat chugging away gently as you hold the rudder, steering, making small changes to keep that boat on track. The slight sloshing sound of the wake as it reaches the bank of the canal. Perhaps noticing the sound of ducks some distance down the canal taking off, sound of their wings flapping as they build up speed and run on the surface of the water, while the pumping of their wings cause them to call out and verbalize their experience. Maybe even noticing the occasional person walking a dog on the bank of the canal, perhaps seeing the excited face of the dog, its tongue hanging out, panting, its tail wagging, maybe occasionally chasing after a bull. Perhaps seeing a dog that jumps in the canal water, paddles around for a bit before swimming back to the shore, planting its feet just right and shaking itself dry, its fine mist created, forming a soft rainbow through that mist as the low sunlight shines across the landscape. finding this life on a narrowboat to be so relaxing, like really slowing down time, allowing your mind the time to wander and drift and dream. That golden light shimmering as it bounces along the water's surface. The early evening birds announcing their arrival as you continue along in search of a place to moor up for the night. And after some time, beyond the sunset, when the heavens are dappled with twinkling stars, like diamonds hanging in the night sky from ethereal threads, each one twinkling ever so slightly, dancing ever so gently, like a celestial mobile above your head. You see a place to moor up. You slow down from the already slow speed cutting the engine and gliding gently into the mooring, throwing the rope onto the dock as the boat comes to a halt, tying the boat to its home for the night, appreciating the silence. Now the engine's turned off, where you can hear the gentle sloshing of the water against the side of the boat, so gently, such calm water. You can breathe in and feel the freshness to the air, a certain calm stillness, and the scent of nature, and the delicate watery fragrance of the canal as you head into your narrowboat. Turn on a light, descending those steps, hearing on the sides of the boat that rapping of the gentle water, almost lulling you to want to sleep before you're ready. As you cook yourself up some food and then sit down on the most comfortable sofa you've got within this narrowboat. And this narrowboat has a bedroom at one end, and just above the bedroom at the front of the narrowboat is a slightly raised roof with a stained glass window, and half that window is above the bedroom itself, but it moves beyond the bedroom, with the other half the window, allowing light into the living area. And you have a kitchen area on one side, You have a bathroom and some storage on the other side. You have a wraparound sofa, only parted by the steps down into the room. Finding this area so cozy and so snug. And although you've got some spotlights in the ceiling of your narrow boat, you use lamps you've got dotted around, which allow for softer light, more focused light, more atmospheric light. And so you have something to eat and you sit down and you rest for a little while, just listening to the water, before turning the lights off, heading through to the bedroom area and heading to bed and drifting and floating into the most peaceful night's sleep. And while you drift and float asleep deeply, you dream that you're walking along a seashore, walking through slightly damp sand. The sound of the sea gently rolling over alongside you. Trying to decide whether it's more like a gentle hiss or a gentle rumble. A bit like white noise of that sea rolling in. And it's a little distance from you, but you can still smell the salty air. You can see as you walk barefoot across the sand, the way your feet leave their mark on that sand, the way the sand changes colour with each footstep. And you find a location where you feel the sand is just right, just the right level of dampness for you to build a sandcastle. And so you start building up that sandcastle, filling a castle-shaped bucket with sand, with a small spade, patting that sand down, the gentle thud with the spade, before tipping the castle over, giving a little shake to the bucket, tapping the top of the bucket with that spade, carefully giving a little bit more of a shake, wiggling that bucket ever so slightly, paying close attention to the information you're receiving through your fingertips, to the subtle changes and feeling from the bucket, where you notice how the sandcastle is loosening from the walls of the inside of the bucket as you carefully and gently twist and shake that bucket very, very gently, in very small motions, until the bucket feels empty, and you know underneath the bucket the sandcastle should be stood proud. And so you carefully lift the bucket up in the sandcastle to reveal the perfect castle. And then with the spade you dig a moat around the castle. You rub around that moat with the spade to neaten it up. You build up a bit of a wall from the sand from the moat around the foot of the castle. You then start to carefully dig from that moat in the direction of the sea, carefully digging over to the sea to make a channel to the water. And you dig that channel close enough that as some of the waves gently roll in and slide along the surface of the sand, they start to flow into your channel, and you watch as that water rolls gently down that channel and starts to fill up the moat. And you watch as that moat fills. And then, to make this last a while longer, once the moat is filled, you fill the channel back up. And you dig a secondary moat, an empty moat, a little bit closer to the sea, with the sand from that moat piled up behind the moat, between the moat and the castle, so that as the tide slowly comes in, the castle will have an opportunity to last a little bit longer before being washed away as just something in a moment. And you sit on the dry sand some way back from the seashore, gazing down towards that sand castle you've built, feeling the radiant warmth of the sun as it tickles your cheeks, breathing in the warm air, smelling the gentle scent of the salt, hearing the distant sound of the waves lapping on the shore. Enjoying this dream, the peacefulness of the dream, the simplicity of the dream, like having a still mind, just focusing on one enjoyable task, on being in the moment while doing that one enjoyable task. And you watch as the sea gradually comes in and starts to overpower your creations and begins the process of eroding that castle, of wearing down the physical structure, leaving behind just the memories. And while the castle wears down to just a smooth mound of sand, and gradually that smooth mound of sand softens and becomes flatter and flatter. You close your eyes on this beach, enjoying being in the moment, enjoying drifting and floating deeper, more peacefully asleep. And as morning approaches, you're awoken by the soft light filtering through the stained glass window, the various colours, arousing a sense of peace and calmness within you. And you wake up feeling so refreshed and revitalized, having fallen asleep like every other night, where you have that sense of being rocked asleep so gently. And you have yourself some breakfast before continuing your journey, unmooring, continuing to travel along the canal. And after a while you arrive at a lock. You navigate your way through the lock, heading into the lock, closing it behind you, changing the water level, waiting patiently for that to occur before continuing on your journey and then closing the lock behind you again. Continuing your journey along the canal, each day just being so relaxed, so peaceful, very calm and leisurely way of life. A very simple way of life. And eventually, as the next evening begins to knock on your shoulders and the curtains of night begin to draw, you see a mooring by a traditional British pub. You moor up by that pub. You head into the pub. There are some locals in here and great atmosphere. Wooden beams. And the outside is wooden beams and painted white and a thatched roof. And this pub is the Crow's Nose. And the picture above the pub, the sign hanging out from the building, it's like a shield with a crow's beak on that shield, and crow's wings coming off the side of the shield. And you head into this pub and you order a drink and some food. And you go and sit down out the back in the pub garden. And this pub has a front pub garden with some benches and people out the front, and a back pub garden with some benches and more space and fewer people out the back. And so you sit and enjoy your food, and you enjoy your drink. The gentle murmur of people in the background, talking, enjoying themselves. And as you sit there, so unusual looking man in a purple cloak and a pointed hat walks over to you, sits down at the table near yours, and they declare that they're a wizard. And you smile, as if just to be polite, unsure really how to respond. And they pull out a coin, and they make the coin vanish in their hand. And again you just smile politely, thinking many people know how to do a magic trick like that. But you don't say that, you just smile politely. And then this wizard tells you that they can show you something really curious. And they wave their arms around, and nothing happens. And you smile politely again. And so they stand up, move to an open space in the garden. They flex their arms and their fingers as if to psych themselves up. They straighten their pointed hat on their head. You watch with curiosity, little intrigue, unsure what they're trying to do. As they make large arcs in the air with their hands. Only this time there's a slight electrical buzz and hiss and a slight electric blue sparks coming from the path their hands are taking. Then they move their hands faster and faster, before pulling their hands in opposite directions, as if to pull open some curtains. And as they do, the space between the sparkling ring opens out to show a different environment. And this gets more than just a polite smile. This gets you to stand up in shock out of your chair and walk over to them, looking more at the gap that goes somewhere else than at them. And they gesture to the gap. They say, I told you I was a wizard and I would show you something interesting. And they take their hat off. They walk through this portal they seem to have created. They gesture back for you to join them. You look around and see there's no one else in the garden. no one else to defer your decision making to. And so you shrug your shoulders. You follow behind them and walk through this portal. You find yourself in a clearing, surrounded by woodland. And it appears like the Mad Hatter's tea party is taking place from Alice in Wonderland. And you watch on with curiosity as these characters have afternoon tea in this strange clearing in this woodland. And the wizard, not even acknowledging the tea party, walks to a tree, opens a door in the tree, and gestures and tells you to come on. And so you follow them, looking back at the tea party. You find yourself entering the tree, discovering you're heading down a spiral staircase, and the wizard is counting themselves down the spirals, down the steps, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You hear them stepping off the bottom step. As you, a few steps behind them, follow on. You hear them opening a large metal door. They walk through the door and you arrive at the door and walk through following them. And find yourself in a large dungeon under the tree. And you walk through this dungeon, each footstep echoing off the walls. And you head all the way to the far side of the dungeon, where the wizard taps on a few specific points that you would never remember. And with this, the back wall of the dungeon falls away to reveal what looks like the inside of a stone building with a staircase rising up. And you follow this wizard up this staircase. And after quite a climb, you notice hanging down at this point is a pendulum of a clock, and you continue to ascend. And near the top you can hear the loud ticking of the clock, and eventually you arrive at a room at the top and find that you're surrounded by the inside of clock faces, looking at the reverse image of each of those clock faces and the hands on the faces, surrounded by the mechanisms, all the cogs of the clocks, all attached to the pendulum to keep time. And the wizard tells you that they're actually an advanced being, but advanced technology often appears like magic to significantly less advanced civilizations, and everything you're seeing is a representation to make this make sense to your mind, to what your neurology can understand. And that this clock tower and its faces and its cogs and its keeping time is just a physical manifestation of a quantum realm where you can travel through time. And here, this location is between time. It's a point out of time where in every direction time runs in different ways and different spatial locations. And beneath each clock face is a door, and they gesture for you to walk towards one of the doors. And so together you walk towards that door. They gesture for you to go ahead, and so you walk through the door and the other side of the door. It's as if you're looking over space from a point of nothingness, as if the clock tower is floating in space, independently of anything else. And you head back into the clock tower and you walk to another door. You walk through that door, and as you look, it's as if you're gazing over a fantasy landscape. You see dragons flying in the air. You see tall, almost impossibly built castles and towns. And you walk back in through the door and you go to the third door. As you walk out of the third door, it's as if you're floating over a massive thunderstorm with purple lightning striking and dancing through the clouds, unable to see the landscape below. And you walk back into the clock tower and you go to the fourth door. And as you walk through that fourth door, you seem to be on the strangest looking planet, with pink clouds, golden landscape, and strange sounds of animals. And you head back into the clock tower. You go back to that first door. You walk back through the first door. Only what you see this time is the sight of a steam train hurtling through an unusual landscape. And the wizard says that because the clocks are ticking and time is always changing. What is through one door when you walk through it once isn't what's through that door when you return to it. It's forever changing. And a reality collapses into reality at the point of you walking through the door. But once you leave that reality, it's as if that reality now passes. And like a wave function, any other number of realities are through the door, settling just on one when you walk through it. And then in the center of this clock tower, the wizard forms an orb before them, weaving their hands around this ball of light. They then seem to almost pull that ball of light wider and larger with their hands. And once this ball of light is the size of them, they tap it with one finger, and instantly you feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. And they explain that that ball is a quantum flux of all realities, past, present and future. And their civilization has reached a point of being able to create these quantum flux balls like this that allow them to connect with time, to alter time, to move through space and time as if there is no time passing. And after they show you this experience, you decide that it's time to return back to that pub garden. And you take the slow way back, descending the steps, heading through the dungeon, finding your way all the way back and out the portal as they follow you. Before creating another portal, stepping through it, closing it behind them, leaving you alone in silence in this pub garden, where you know no one would believe you if you said what your experience was. They'd probably think that you're making it all up. Maybe you've had too much to drink, even though you know that's not the truth. And you wonder why this wizard appeared before you, why they chose to show you the things that they did, why they chose you. Because you believe there must be a reason. And so finding your mind going around and around that idea that there must be a reason, that must have been a real experience. You finish up in the pub as it's getting late. You leave the pub and head back to your narrowboat. You settle down once again on your narrowboat and drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully asleep. into slumberland, exploring your experiences in your dreams, trying to work out what it all means as you drift deeper and more relaxed, asleep. And in this bedtime story, you go in search of some crystals to carry out an ancient ritual that helps to create a deep, meaningful connection with the world around you. And so you set off one day. You find yourself walking through a meadow, and as you amble along in that meadow, the gentle sound of each footstep that you take through the tall grass, the whispering sound of the fronds of grass as your feet pass through them, slight rustling as the wind blows a breeze, the way the grass seems to undulate and move in unison, almost like waves through the meadow. And the gentle scent of spring flowers, and the sight of bees and butterflies going about their daily business from plant to plant. Breathing in that fresh meadow air, breathing out any stress and tension as you continue ambling through this meadow, seeing in the distance tree line of the most beautiful woodland, and being able to gaze up at the sky, noticing what the sky looks like, whether you can see any clouds, and if you can, what those clouds look like, whether they're wispy, whether they're more bulbous, whether they're like cotton wool drifting through the air, and whether you can notice any birds high up in the sky. And as you continue walking through the meadow, on your journey to find those crystals, to be able to carry out that ancient ritual, you begin to get closer and closer to the woodland. And while walking closer to the woodland, so you begin to hear the distant sound of a stream, and you notice that sound of the stream increase gently in volume as you approach. Then you start to smell that scent of fresh water, hearing the bubbling babble of that stream. Stopping at the stream for a little while, splashing some of that cool, fresh water onto your face, feeling that water as it flows through your hands, your fingertips, coolness, how fresh the water feels. The sight of some small fish seeming to almost swim on the spot, and yet, whenever your shadow moves over those fish, they suddenly dart in different directions away from the shadow. And as your shadow moves again, so they move back into formation. And after stopping at the edge of the stream for a little while, you continue walking, now following this stream towards the woodland. Still admiring the beauty of the nature around you, curious about the journey to those crystals and the ancient ritual you'll be performing. And after what feels like no time at all, yet in reality has been most of the day, you arrive at the tree line to the woodland, and the sun is beginning to gently set over the horizon, tucking itself up in bed for the night. As the night sky takes on the look of a diamond-encrusted blanket, twinkling, sparkling overhead, and you settle down on the edge of the woodland. Hearing the evening rustle of the trees, feeling the coolness of the evening air, setting up a tent, lighting a campfire, feeling the warmth emanating from that crackling, undulating fire. Those flames of the fire dance before you, the golden light, caressing the meadow at the base of the fire. Shadowy fronds of grass, dancing with each flicker. Feeling the warmth of that fire on your cheeks, making yourself something to eat and drink, hearing the nighttime sounds of crickets and cicadas, the occasional sound of distant birds and other animals, bringing a deep sense of comfort and tranquility to your mind and body. And as the night continues on, so the fire burns down as the moon rises up into view, casting its silvery light across the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal quality, as the fire continues burning down to embers. Just the most gentle, warm glow, and the crackling almost entirely ceased. And with that, you decide to settle down for the night in the tent and drift and float peacefully asleep. And while you drift and float peacefully asleep, you drift into the most pleasant reverie, lying there so comfortably in that tent, initially aware of the sound of the sides of the tent moving gently in the breeze. And the feeling of your body snuggled down in the most comfortable sleeping bag, feeling so comfortable, resting down and sleeping in this tent, almost like receiving a hug from nature. Those sounds outside the tent, nature's symphony, lulling you to sleep. Your calming and slowing breathing, as the curtains of sleep descend on your mind. The occasional flicker and flash, a little bit like the remnants, the fire, passing through your mind, bringing hints of a dream yet to be. And as you continue falling comfortably asleep, so you have a slight momentary falling feeling, like you're dropping asleep comfortably. And then you begin to dream. And you dream about walking down a country path towards a quaint railway station. The gravelly, stony path underfoot, crunching with each step. The path blowing up some dust with each small breath of wind. Hearing starlings nestled deep within the hedgerows, unseen yet heard singing so beautifully. And mysteriously, every time you gaze towards the sounds, they stop singing, and although you can't see them, you know that from inside the hedges they must be able to see you. As you run your hand along the hedge, feeling the twigs of the hedge, the leaves, how cool they are despite the warm sun overhead. the faintest wispy clouds in the sky. And then towards the end of this path, it comes out on what almost looks like a rickety, old, weathered and worn station that seems like it stood still in time for decades. And you head up onto the station, and you can smell the wood of the station. As the only person stood on the platform, the silence while waiting for the train, gazing up the track and down the track. Then you see the train approaching. That faint, low clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack of the train on the track, way off in the distance. Pulsating puffs of smoke rising from the train as it approaches. The sound of the engine of the train becoming audible. And then the train arriving at the platform, pulling into that station, slowing down. The old-fashioned steam train with the most beautiful rustic carriages. And you walk along the side of the train as it lets out some steam. And then you hear a slight clicking coming from the train as it idles. You walk to one of the carriages. You grasp the handle, which is like a figure of 8. 2 fingers one side and 2 fingers on the other side of that brass handle. You twist the handle, swing that door gently open, ascend 2 steps, and can immediately smell the inside of this carriage. And you're in a private compartment in the carriage. You close the door behind you with a clunk clunk as it closes. You pull down the window in the door so that it lets some air flow in as the train moves. And you sit down on the old train seats. And in this carriage there's curtains hanging up over the windows by the door. The door has a pull-down window that half opens. The seats are 2 long cushions facing each other with a comfortable backrest, enough room for 6 passengers and some overhead space above the seats. And then opposite the entrance is a wall made of wood with a door which can slide open, that opens out into a corridor, and large rectangular windows line the far side of the corridor. And beside the door, on either side, are two large windows looking out into the corridor, with curtains up which can be drawn. And the chairs have a slight dusty, musty scent to them that seems almost nostalgic and pleasant as the train pulls out of the station. It jolts slightly as it gets going. The shunting begins slowly at first, and gradually as it leaves the station, that shunting speeds up. As it increases in speed through the countryside, and the air blows so comfortably and pleasantly through the window, breathing in that fresh nature air as the train follows that track away from the station, through meadows, different countryside, past quaint towns with small churches situated at the centre of those towns. And while travelling on this train, you take a book out of a bag and you sit, bobbing slightly to the movement of the train, hearing the clickety-clack of the train on the track, and absorb yourself in reading a book. And you enjoy this most pleasant, relaxed dream of going on an adventure on a train. And at some point during this journey on the train, the rocking and movement of the train seems to deepen the sense of wanting to fall asleep. And it rocks and moves as you place the bookmark back in the book. You close the book and decide to close your eyes just for a moment, as you find yourself then drifting and floating so peacefully asleep on this train. And while you fall asleep comfortably on the train, so you start to hear the sounds of morning birds, and you awaken feeling so refreshed and revitalized from your night's sleep. You leave the tent with a stretch and a deep breath of the fresh air, seeing the meadow gently dew-covered, cobwebs in the grass glistening under the morning light, faint mist undulating through the landscape like waves creeping up the shore of a beach. You have some breakfast before clearing everything away, ready to continue your journey into the woodland. And you work your way into that woodland, knowing your course, knowing where you're headed, navigating your way. And as you walk through this woodland, so you're aware how the sound has changed, how there are different animal sounds within the woodland, how your footsteps sound different as they now gently thud in a dull kind of way on the dirt within the woodland, and occasionally crunch over leaves and twigs. And the rustling of the leaves from the canopy overhead, seeming to be coming from all around you. And as you continue walking through this woodland, occasionally brushing past trees, feeling the sensation of the bark under your fingertips, the smell of the woodland, the mossy smell, the scent of sap on some of the trees, and the smell of the leaves. And while walking through the woodland, you're greeted by the most spectacular view as the woodland opens up a little. So the light increases slightly, and you see the most incredible carpet of bluebells, each one seeming to ring the most beautiful tune of peace and harmony. And you carefully navigate through this woodland, being careful to avoid stepping on the bluebells and sticking to paths mapped out by deer and other animals who've trodden this landscape thousands of times before. And you pass through the bluebell woodland, and then the woodland begins to become more dense again, canopy closing in, the woodland darkening a little more. But you start to hear this distant sound of rushing water, and after some time you exit the woodland at a slight clearing, and at the far side of this slight clearing is a cliff. Flowing down the face of the cliff is the most beautiful waterfall. Into a gentle pool of water that seems exceptionally still, apart from the spray at the foot of the waterfall. And you stop at this pool of water, at this hidden lake in the woodland. You know you're going to be ascending the side of this cliff alongside the waterfall, and so you decide to stop, take a look, work out the best route to take up the waterfall. And while you wait and look and relax, you see some small dancing lights flitting around the base of the waterfall, weaving behind the water, in front of the water, sometimes darting through the water. And with curiosity, you carefully walk around the pool of water to get closer to the cliff and that waterfall. And as you get closer, so you notice that those lights seem to have a slight humming sound to them, and that each one is a little waterfall fairy. And one of those waterfall fairies flies over towards you, hovering just a short distance in front of your face, slightly bobbing up and down as its wings fizz along behind it like a blur. And the fairy begins to talk to you and seems so happy and pleasant, so friendly, asking who you are and what you're doing in this area, where you're headed, and you explain about your mission, that you're in search of some magical crystals that will help you to carry out an ancient ritual, allowing you to build a deep connection with nature. And the fairy tells you the best way to get where you want to go isn't to climb up the cliff and continue your journey at the top of the cliff. It's to head through the waterfall. They explain there's a cave behind the waterfall, and that it's quicker to get to where you're going if you follow that cave. And they show you how to get behind the waterfall, and so you walk behind that waterfall, and the little fairy follows you and encourages you, and you see the cave, and you see that this cave is illuminated by green toadstools stretching sporadically down both sides of the cave. And you walk into the cave, hearing the thunderous sound behind you of the waterfall. And the further you walk along the cave, the calmer the waterfall sounds, the more distant that waterfall sounds. And you just notice the occasional dripping sound within the cave, and how peaceful this space feels. And you continue on through this cave, seeming to walk for hours and hours, feeling intrigued, sense of wonder and curiosity, until eventually you start to hear the sound of twinkling bells in front of you, and notice a slight blue glow. And as you approach and go round a corner, you see that there's a portal at the end of this cave, a blue, pulsating, glowing portal, a little bit like a mix between mist and water, pulsing like waves on a wall and you walk towards that portal. And decide to walk through the portal. And as you walk through the portal, so everything temporarily fades and sparkles all at the same time, sending the most intense tingle through your body. Like when you get that excitement that can send shivers through you. And a moment later, you find yourself in a vast cavern, and at the far side of this cavern, you see some glowing pink crystals growing out of the far wall, and you head over to those crystals. You see that some of the pink crystals have already snapped off and are lying on the ground. And you realize these are the crystals you need for your ancient ritual. And so you just pick up the ones which are lying on the ground. You then go to the middle of this chamber, and out of your backpack you take out an ancient book. You turn those ancient pages to the relevant ritual. With a stone, you draw a circle in front of you. You then neaten up the inside of that circle and very slightly hollow the circle out so that it's slightly concave. You then stand the crystals in the centre of that slightly concave circle. You take some water you have in a bottle, which was gathered at the pool before you entered the secret cave. You pour a little bit of that water into the concave circle, and the dirt in the centre becomes slightly moist, and you can then push those crystals in just slightly, and the moist mud holds those crystals upright. And then you sprinkle some salt over the top and around the edge of the circle, and then refer to the words of this ancient ritual. You begin to recite those words while holding yourself in a focused, almost meditative state. And as you recite those words, so the crystals seem to glow even more and seem to pulse very slightly. And then it's almost like pink lightning seems to dance between the crystals. As those crystals pulse and light up, almost as if light is pulsing from the base of the crystals towards the top of the crystals. And then an orb begins to form around those crystals, broadening out to encompass that concave circle. And then as you continue with the ritual, so the pulsing pink light broadens out to encompass you, bringing a sense of warmth and pleasure through your body, a sense of serenity and peace. And then you begin to discover a feeling of connection, a feeling of oneness. And as you reach the end of the ritual, so the light seems to turn to a vapor, like being enveloped suddenly in a gas, a little bit like when you have a bubble with a cloud of gas within it. And when the bubble bursts, the gas just slowly dissipates. And as the gas begins to dissipate, so you find yourself breathing it in. And the more you breathe in this magical gas, the deeper the connection you find that you have with the world around you. And it's just an instinctive feeling. And as the gas dissipates, you find yourself just sitting there, quietly, in a quiet chamber. You know something within you has shifted. You now feel a deep connection with nature, and yet your experience hasn't yet shifted. And so you clear everything away, place those crystals back down where you found them. You have this deep sense that something has shifted, and yet you don't know quite what. And as you begin to walk back through that portal, and then back along that tunnel, you run your fingers along the cave wall where the fungus are illuminating this tunnel. And although you can barely see it with your naked eyes, touching the cave wall, you feel that connection with mycelial network, feeling the experience of the life of the fungus which spreads throughout this entire environment. Everything it's in contact with. And as you exit the cave, back to the waterfall, you find you have a deeper connection with those waterfall fairies. And the same fairy flies over again, tells you she can recognize you found what you were looking for, and says that to fully utilize this skill, head to the stone just over a little way around the side of this pool of water. Sit on that stone, cross your legs, close your eyes, and meditate for a little while, expanding your consciousness out to connect with the consciousness of all living things. And so you walk around the pool. You rest down on that stone. Close your eyes. And relax deeper and deeper. And as you relax deeper and more profound, so you feel your consciousness spreading out from your body, connecting with the grass, with the waterfall, with the fairies, with the bees and the butterflies, with the birds, with the squirrels, with the rabbit, with the deer, with all living things, and then holding on to that connection. You slowly open your eyes and stand from the stone, still feeling and holding the connection, still feeling like a part of you is in that state you were just getting into. And the fairy speaks once again to acknowledge your skills, what you have achieved, and that to truly connect in this way, sometimes it's easy to get overwhelmed with life experiences. So it's just about bringing your attention back to the little things, holding your attention on that, so that you can hear this connection, that it's a faint connection, so it's all too easy to be drowned out if there's lots of other stuff going on in your mind, or lots of distractions. And so she advises to practice this multiple times so that you know how to hear that connection with all living things. And as you hold on to this and navigate your way back through nature, back to home, you see how long you can hold on to this state for. And occasionally you'll distract yourself, you'll be busy doing something else, and you'll lose the connection and need to tune in again to hear it. But you find it so deep and profound and comforting, and you head all the way home, where you sit down for a little while and reflect on your journey, on what you've learned, before heading to bed, relaxing down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And while you listen to this sleep story and drift comfortably asleep, my voice can guide you through this safe and pleasant experience. And you may find at times that you're paying attention to words that I'm saying, to the experience that you're having. And at other times, your mind may just wander deeper on its own, asleep. And there's no right or wrong way to listen to this, only the way that's right for you, to get the most from this that you can. And while you begin your journey asleep, I'm going to tell a story based on my own experiences Now, as an autistic individual, I have a deep love for nature and for animals, and for the fine detail of the world around us. And I often present this within my stories, sharing encounters with animals, enjoying time in nature. But have you ever wondered where it all began? Or going back to when I was a young child, I used to live in a small village called Camp, and this village was in the outskirts of a nearby town called Arundel on the south coast of England. And the home that I lived in sat atop a high hill in Camp. My bedroom window looked out towards the town of Arundel, and as I would sit in the bedroom gazing out of my bedroom window, I could see the castle standing tall and proud in the distance in Arundel, the nearby cathedral, the bushy oak trees hugging the base of the castle and surrounding the outskirts of the town. And then, as you gaze from the castle down across the trees, gazing down the scene a little further, there's a river, Arun, glistening in the light as the water moves on its journey from source to sea. And gazing down a little further in the scene is a railway track, and I remember one day as a young child gazing out of the window when a steam train passed through, chugging past the cathedral and the castle. Its elegant brown and beige carriages, the distant sound of the chugging of the steam train, sight of the smoke puffing up out of that train, trailing the steam train as it moved, the whistle of the steam train as it approached Arundel train station, acknowledging that it was just passing through and wasn't going to stop. And as you scan down the scene, I could see hills and a few gardens of houses and more trees. And this, to me, was the most beautiful place to live. the most serene place, a place that even today I think of as home. As an autistic child, I struggled with sensory overwhelm, and so I would often gaze out of a window, looking at a view like this. Sometimes there would be birds of prey flying high, circling above the fields. If I looked through binoculars or a telescope, I could even see peregrines perched on turrets of the castle. And there was very little light around here, and so at night I would have the most incredible experiences of gazing through my telescope at the planets and at the moon. And one of the most awe-inspiring experiences that anybody can have, and that every parent should share with their child, is that first time you set up a telescope and you point that telescope at Jupiter or Saturn, and in the pitch dark you put your eye to the eyepiece, the gentle silence of nature around you. And through the eyepiece, all you can see is that planet and the moons. And if you're looking at Saturn, its rings. And it is the most wonderful, awe-inspiring moment that sends a fuzzy feeling down through your body. That intense feeling of wonder. And I remember the first time I did this, looking through a telescope, gazing at Jupiter and its moons, and my entire field of vision was full of the planet and the moons. And I could make out the circle of the view through the telescope, and it felt like I was in a spacecraft in space, all absorbed in that view, as if looking through a window from that spaceship, approaching Jupiter, seeing those moons, seeing the planet, the incredibly gentle movement, becoming so absorbed in that experience of the inky black sky and the striking sight of the planet and its moons. That it absorbed me so much, I felt I could be floating in space on that ship, taking me away from the real world. And the stresses of the real world. And as a young child, that is such a profound experience, and one which stays with you and helps you to appreciate the scale of the universe and the amount of wonder which is out there. And living in morning camp, when it would snow, the hills and the fields around Warning Camp would become deep with snow. I remember one year seeing a white stag walking through the snow, and this stag was often rumoured to exist around Warning Camp. But I think there was only one, and so it was rarely spotted. And in that snow, my brothers and I would head outside. We would walk down to the end of our garden. We would climb the fence at the end of our garden into the fields, and the fields were on steep slopes, and we would drag sledges up to the top of the slopes. Crunching through that snow, and we would sledge down the hill. The crackling, sliding of the sledge on the snow, skidding the sledge at the bottom to stop, before scrambling back up that hill to repeat the process again. And there's something deeply curious about when snow falls on a landscape like this. Often the snow would mean that cars couldn't travel on the road, and the village was so small. There was only the one road, and the snow would dull the sound, which would help to bring a deep sense of peace to my ears. I would just enjoy sitting outside, wrapped up warm, wearing mittens and a coat that does right up the front, higher than your chin, with a hood that pulls over, with a faux fur trim. And just sit there peering through my faux fur portal. The sensation of breathing in the cold air and then breathing it back out warm. Feeling so comfortable with the sounds around me, dulled by the covering of snow. And I would often go walking through the snow, while crunching through the snow, I would enjoy the way the light glistens and sparkles on the surface of the snow, where it's untouched, almost like the surface of the snow has been dusted with the dust of diamonds, and the way the snow would be slightly harder on top, like the snow has gained a crust, and each footstep would break the crust on the top of the snow before crunching through that snow, often onto icy grass below. And then you'd have that sensation of the icy grass. The grass all frosted, crackling underfoot. Sometimes stopping to roll snowballs, to build a person out of snow, rolling it up, making that snowball larger and larger, adding a snowball on top, creating a face, using my hands to rub down the sides, and add some shape with some additional snow patted onto the sides. And walking through snowy woodland, and the silence within the woodland, and that snow falling from the branches as you pushed past, sometimes getting just a little bit of snow down the back of your neck, which melts quickly as it warms on your skin. And sometimes growing up in this environment, when I'd really be struggling with sensory overload, where everything just seemed too chaotic, there was too much going on at home. As a young child, I would walk into the woods. I'd climb a tree, and I would attach myself to the tree with a belt system that I had. And while attached to the tree, I'd close my eyes, focus on my breathing, on calming my breathing, on deepening my breathing, on relaxing my muscles, and helping myself to have a sense of inner peace. And while resting there in the tree, I'd listen to the sounds around me. I would hear the rustling of the leaves above me, below me, and around me from the other trees, as the wind gently blows a breeze. I would feel the sensation of the bark against my back, and underneath me, the coolness of the branches, the scent of the trees, the feeling of the bark under my fingertips. And with my eyes closed, I would listen out for one specific bird. And often there'd be a few birds singing, but I would single one bird out. And I'd begin to focus on that bird. I'd focus on where in space I think that bird is. Whether the bird is in front of me, behind me, round the left side or the right side. Whether the bird is higher than me or lower than me. I'd have a sense of what that bird might look like singing where it is. Do I imagine it standing on a small branch, perhaps with some leaves around that branch? Maybe a branch that's bobbing up and down in the breeze. Does it seem like its singing is wavering ever so slightly to hint that it's on an undulating branch? Or is it singing steady, like it's on firmer footing? And I didn't know at the time, just as a young child trying to cope with some of the challenges of being autistic, that I was learning meditation. I had never at this point heard of meditation. So I didn't realize that this was meditation. To me, it was just me trying to cope, me finding a solution for calming myself down, managing anxiety. Not that I knew that word at the time. Managing sensory overload. Learning to focus my attention on one thing at a time. So that I'm not focusing on anything else. So that I can relax. I would head down from the tree and I would walk in a mindful way through the woodland. Through an assortment of trees. From oak trees to pine trees. And I'd walk mindfully, paying attention to every step that I take, to the feeling of the ground underneath each step, the sound that each step makes as my foot strikes the ground, and altering my walking to calm each step, so that as much as possible I would almost glide through the woodland, teaching myself to move as quietly as possible, because I enjoyed seeing nature, I enjoyed, as I still do, seeing the unseen. And animals have a tendency to freeze or disappear when humans are near. And so I wouldn't want to disturb them. I would walk slowly, almost silently, in a rhythmic, floating way. And I would breathe slow and calm and quiet. I'd have my body loose and limp and relaxed. The sound of the rustling leaves of the woodland would be much louder than any noise that I'm making while walking through the woodland. I was learning to manage my mind and body, and there were no lessons teaching this, no guidance from grown-ups. I was just going out and doing what helped me feel better, and making my own learning and discoveries. And I would stop, because my vision seemed to be able to pick out things that people don't see. An owl way off in the distance, through the trees. Just a slight glimpse of a pattern of an owl, an eye, a slight side of a head, crisscrossed with branches and leaves, undulating gently in the breeze. I recognize that tiny glimpse, the partial sight of an owl, and know to stop and observe. And I feel like the owl is looking back at me, and so I hold my position and my breath for a moment as I calm myself down. Then notice how soft the owl's feathers look. How focused that owl looks. Being still in the woodland. I notice a grazing deer. Just a young deer. Looks like it's quite newly born. And then hear the slight crackling as other deer come into sight, and see there's a family of deer grazing in the woodland. Completely unaware of my presence, unfazed by me being there. because I just blend into the background. A skill over the years I feel I've developed. That ability to be just in the background, blending in, placing importance on something other than myself. Being in woodland would bring me such a deep sense of peace and calm, would help me to focus, help me to manage the world around me and the chaos within the world. And as I've grown up, I've held on to this learning and continued to develop this learning. And in morning camp, when you walk through an area of the woods, you're surrounded by just trees. You can't really see anything but the trees. You're surrounded by the rustling sound of the trees as the wind blows through the canopy. But then, after a short walk, you reach a gate, and when you pass through that gate, the landscape opens up into a large valley with hills either side. There's woodland and fields atop the hills, some woodland up the side of some of the hills, and trees dotted up the hills. The view is of the grass blowing in the breeze. You can see the wave of the breeze as it moves and undulates that grass. There are often cows grazing in the valley. There's often a multitude of different birds, including birds of prey flying and circling high overhead. And at the right time of year, you can walk through this valley and ascend to some more woodland at the top of the valley. And as a child, I used to gallop on the most beautiful white horse called Snowy. We used to enter the woodland, ride through that woodland, come out in the valley, and then gallop through the valley, following a route to the top. And my mum, who used to teach people how to ride horses, was always surprised at my innate natural ability to seem to get on with different animals, to understand them significantly better than I can understand people, and to be able to get on to horses bareback, even those that she hadn't even broken in yet. They would come over to me. I'd perhaps be sat on a fence watching Mum breaking a horse in, and then it would come over to that fence It would come alongside me. I would pet it. I would touch the side of its neck in a certain kind of way that helped me to feel a deep connection with the horse. And then the horse would seem to acknowledge to me that it was comfortable with me climbing on its back. It would move into the position for me to climb on its back. I would gently climb onto the horse's back, give it the most careful and firm nudge in the sides. Using the pressure of one leg or another to indicate to it which direction to go. It would move away from the side. It would walk around the field. Give it a little more nudge, it would trot. A little bit more and it would canter. Change the pressure on the horse, and it would slow and take me back to that fence and pull up at the fence where I would dismount, thank the horse for being so kind, allowing me to ride on its back, before it would continue on, with Mum's training breaking it in. And once getting to the top of the valley, at the right time of year, the woodland is some of the most incredible woodland. And you can smell this woodland before you arrive. The scent of bluebells that carpet this woodland. The striking colour of the bluebells against the brown trunks of the trees, in the shade of the canopy arching overhead. And you'd walk into that woodland and see that blanket of bluey purple bluebells, so delicate, carpeting the floor of this area of the woodland. The sight of deer among the bluebells, of squirrels, the occasional butterfly and bees, and birds in the trees, and the sounds of the songbirds echoing through this area of woodland, and that waft from those bluebells, that scent, relaxing you, calming you. And I would take a camping chair with me. I'd set up that camping chair in the middle of these bluebell woods. I'd rest back on that chair, close my eyes, and allow myself to be drawn away and absorbed in the experience of this moment, feeling myself relaxing deeper and deeper, with the sound of the rustling leaves overhead At other times I would take photographs of the bluebells that only appear for a very short period of time. And it was important to me then, as it is now, to take these moments to be out in nature, to help me relax, to help me continue to learn how to manage sensory overwhelm, to learn how to manage emotional overwhelm, whether it's anger or anxiety, whether it's panic or some other emotion, where I just need to be able to calm myself. And as a child, I used to build dens in the woods. There was a storm in the 1980s, and many trees in the woodland fell down. Suddenly, my view of the castle in Arundel transformed. Many of the trees that were on the hills underneath the castle toppled in the storm, and so more of the castle could be seen. Many trees in the woodland toppled, but those toppled trees are great for children. Large holes were left where the tree once stood, and so, as a young child, I would gather up branches, and I would place the branches from the uprooted base of the tree diagonally down to the far side of the crater left by the fallen tree. Then cover those branches in leaves and create a roof for a den, and then cover all that in mud and use some branches on the inside into the ground to hold that up a little more securely, and then would dig out the hole a little bit more and begin to shape it some more so that it's no longer just a natural hole, but it has seats. And it becomes a den to hide in, somewhere the sound is muted, somewhere the light is dimmed. A location out of any breeze, a place to go whenever it rains, a place I would sometimes go and rest and sleep and daydream. Other times, being in a woodland full of trees, I would build tree houses and different tree camps and link these together with rope bridges among the trees so that you can travel from one tree to the next without having to go down to the ground. And these would be great places to come to find peace and solitude, a deep sense of calm, relaxation. And this love for nature, the power nature has over me. The wonder I find with nature and the natural world and animals continues on into my adulthood. It continues on into the kinds of stories that I tell and the way that I use nature in my stories to educate, to teach about overcoming anxiety, learning to focus attention, reducing discomfort, and many other therapeutic benefits. Because I believe in the power of nature to heal, and believe in having a connection with the natural world around me to bring a sense of peace and calm. And so I wanted to create a story that shares my story with you. That will help you to deeper understand why my stories are the way they are. Perhaps better understanding me as a storyteller, creator, and therapist. And I remember times when I used to set up tents in the woods, and I would camp and enjoy resting in the tent, in the doorway to the tent, feeling the warmth of the most comfortable crackling campfire. Smelling some jacket potatoes which have been cooked with the campfire and other food, enjoying that food, and the campfire burning down to embers, seeing the beauty, the majesty of the night sky overhead, and then settling down into the tent and drifting and floating peacefully asleep into slumberland.